Chapter 1131. The domino virus blueprint rewarded by the mission reward was an incomplete version. Many key parts were missing, and it had to be deduced before it could be manufactured. The deduced result might not be the same as the original version, and the technology might be different. It's very troublesome to deduce an incomplete map of this level. Awakening points can be exchanged for research progress quickly, but it seems a little wasteful. It's better if I slowly research it myself, Han Xiao thought to himself. He thought that he had destroyed the domino virus, but he did not expect the technology to still end up in his hands. Now that the outside world thought that he had destroyed the virus, Han Xiao naturally could not expose that he had this technology. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. It would definitely be the opposite of the treatment he was receiving now. Furthermore, the core material required 1,000 mutated artificial intelligences, which were not easy to find. Man Ison did not lack them, but he had just finished fighting with him, so it was not realistic to buy resources from him. Furthermore, old Man Ison might notice something from the items he bought. Therefore, this technology would not be available for a very long time. Maybe he would only be able to use it when facing a public enemy like the World Tree. Now that I think about it, it makes sense that the Mecha Empire did not use the domino virus in the World Tree War in my previous life. Han Xiao suddenly understood. Unless the situation of the war was irreversible, even if using such a weapon could give them an advantage, they would still be in trouble after winning. Maybe the Mecha Empire in his previous life treated the domino virus as something like a death hand system. When the situation was unsalvageable and the three universal civilizations were really powerless, they might have released the domino virus and used their large number of Lord's avatars to fight the World Tree. Han Xiao could not help but connect the dots. In his previous life, the three universal civilizations considered the possibility of losing the war and implemented the Tinder plan, sending out a large number of wandering fleets to leave the explored universe. At the same time, they built a large number of sanctuaries in the depths of the secondary dimensions, storing all the samples of intelligent creatures, crops, plants, and so on in the explored universe to ensure that they could restart the civilization after losing the war. Would the Mecha Empire have their eyes on these sanctuaries? Maybe their plan was to use external forces to destroy and rebuild a world far away where they would respect themselves as the god of creation. If his ultimate goal was to rule the world, this seemed to be the most feasible path. Han Xiao's imagination ran wild. After making wild guesses for a while, he finally calmed down and put away the introduction of blueprint, domino virus, incomplete. He turned around and opened the specially generated related talents and browsed through them. Virtual purification and restoration, S effect was to purify the intelligent targets infected by the virus. For example, the effect of the virtual mutiny virus was to rewrite the underlying logic of mechanical bodies, distorting them into killing organic life forms. The effect of this talent was to remove the rewriting of the virus and restore the original underlying logic. Simply put, assuming that an artificial intelligence whose logic had been rewritten was equivalent to a hypnotized creature, this ability was to dispel the effects of hypnosis. At the same time, the application of this ability was not limited to the domino virus. Any virtual type of virus could be corrected. This thing is very useful in virtual battles. With this thing, the Mecha Empire is going to cry. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. If the control of the mechanical army was taken away by someone else, he could use this talent to directly remove the enemy's authority and take it back. However, at his current level, there was almost no one who had the ability to take control of the mechanical army from him. Han Xiao could only think of the Mecha Empire. Speaking of which, Manison's method of controlling the AI civilization is also to rewrite the underlying logic of the other party. Just like what happened to the ancestor of the AI civilization, Finette, this move is his nemesis. Han Xiao scratched his head and thought of the reboot mission series that had been collecting dust at the bottom of the mission list for a long time. It seems like I've obtained the key to liberating the AI civilization. If he found a chance to use this on Manison's AI civilization, his indestructible Mecha Empire might go out of control because of this. Also, since his felons were physically modified, he might use virtual methods to distort their minds. Virtual purification and restoration might also be effective. At a certain level, virtual methods used on the physical body were actually very similar to soul spells. They were different paths leading to the same goal. In fact, this move might even be effective on the World Tree, which would be more effective against the World Tree than the domino virus. Thinking about the mechanism of the World Tree, Han Xiao fell into deep thought. The blueprints and talents were the biggest rewards of this trip. The rewards of a Universal Grade S mission were indeed generous. He had also obtained a total of 4 political assets from this trip, all 3 universal civilizations. This meant that through this incident, he had a certain amount of authority in Radiance and Ethereal. At the same time, the EXP gain bonus from the political assets would also be used on him, increasing the output of his vegetable farm. Han Xiao glanced at the generated instance dungeon, Intelligent Plague, Simulated Disaster. This was a different type of instance dungeon. The generation method was no longer to cut out a portion of the incident but to select an area. The instance dungeon would automatically simulate the scene of an intelligent plague outbreak there. The difficulty and challenge level would depend on the level of the selected area. For example, if he chose the Black Star Core headquarters as the simulation target, the difficulty would be increased to the level of a storyline. If he chose a normal star system civilization colonial planet, the challenge level would be around Grade C to Grade B. If he chose a sealed battleship, it would probably turn into a sci-fi horror movie. There should be a market for this instance dungeon, especially suitable for mechanics. Han Xiao saw a good business future. In addition, the large amount of EXP from the mission reward gave him a mouthful of blood. The total of 6 to 5 Universal Civilizations contribution points could not only be used to exchange for ultimate knowledges but also gold blueprints. The 3 Universal Civilizations purchasing channels had already been opened. Speaking of gold blueprints, Han Xiao suddenly thought of Holy Covenant and Radiance. These 2 organizations had made a deal with him, but because of the sudden outbreak of the Intelligent Plague, the deal was temporarily put on hold. There was no need to care about Radiance. They definitely would not go back on their word. He was mainly concerned about Holy Covenant. The date of the previous deal was invalid. Oathkeeper did not leave any contact information, so they could only come looking for him. After sorting out his gains, Han Xiao closed the interface, took out the communicator, and contacted the headquarters. Now that the fleet had left the ancient star desert, they could freely communicate with the outside world. He had been out for a few months, so he wondered how the army was doing. The communication was quickly connected, and Sylvia's projection appeared in front of him. Her makeup was exquisite, her facial features were beautiful, and she was wearing a professional suit that outlined her amazing curves. She seemed to be in the middle of a meeting, and when she saw Han Xiao, she could not help but be surprised. "Teacher, you've finally been released." Yeah." Han Xiao's expression was strange. She sounded like he was in jail. "I saw the news. Your decision this time was really beautiful." Sylvia praised. "Now, the entire army is praising your character. The cohesiveness is unprecedentedly high. Last time, the director wanted to sign the contract for the next 5 movies, but you weren't there, so I didn't reply to him. Promise him that the main actor will still be Fu Ding. Give him something to do." Han Xiao waved his hand. Suddenly, he realized that Sylvia had put on a pair of rimless glasses, and she had the aura of an intellectual lady. He could not help but ask curiously, "Why are you wearing glasses?" Sylvia blushed, took off the glasses, and showed it to him. Inside the glasses was a single-sided screen. She said embarrassedly, "Sometimes, meetings are a little boring, so I use them to watch programs in a daze." "Have you been quite close to Lagi recently?" "Nonsense, I hate him the most." Sylvia firmly denied. Han Xiao did not intend to dwell on the issue of his subordinates being lazy, so he changed the topic and asked, "By the way, how's the Black Star Cup going?" "It's like this. Because of the impact of the Intelligent Plague, the viewership ratings of the Black Star Cup in the entire universe have dropped to a certain extent, but it still maintains its popularity. Now that most of the secondary competitions are over, the army is selecting the elites of various fields. Not counting those who play cards." Sylvia paused for a moment. Now, there are only a few key competitions left, which are the battles of the various grades. Han Xiao listened to Sylvia's report while nodding. Not bad, not bad. He did not have much entertainment in the ancient star desert, so he spent most of his time looking at the forums and paying attention to the Black Star Cup. As the competition continued, those who remained were the elites of the elites. The players felt a sense of accomplishment after making their name in front of the NPCs, so they were very passionate about it. The popularity of the discussions was not much lower than the official Pro League. His absence did not affect the progress of the Black Star Cup, but it did dampen the hopes of some players who wanted to loot other people's item cards during crucial matches. Teacher, we need you to give a speech at the Black Star Cup closing ceremony. Don't forget, will you be able to make it back in time? I'll definitely be able to make it back. Han Xiao then changed the topic and asked, did anything happen in the army recently? How's the situation in the flickering world? There are more and more people in the new starfield, and the explored areas of the free competition zone are gradually spreading to the centers of the various star clusters. The Supercluster Alliance is occupying more and more territory. Other than that, there are no other changes. Vice Army Commander Hela is also leading the fleet to slowly explore. By the way, she applied for leave some time ago, saying that she's going to the secondary dimensions. She asked me to pass the message to you. Got it. Han Xiao nodded. Ever since Hela inherited the underworld dimension, she had been going to the secondary dimensions every 2 to 3 days. Now that a few months had passed, the underworld dimension should have stabilized, but he did not know if Hela had been squeezed dry. Speaking of Hela, Han Xiao thought of something else. How's the Holy Light Emissary plan going? It's going very smoothly. Other than the normal recruits, we've recruited many people to specially cultivate the Holy Light seeds, which will be harvested by Aurora when they mature. We've already signed contracts with these people before starting work, so there won't be any accidents. Very good. Try to expand the scale of the cultivators. Han Xiao nodded. He was counting on Aurora to grow by harvesting leeks, so naturally, the bigger the leek field, the better. As he spoke, he paused and said, I've made a great contribution this time. The 3 universal civilizations plan to cooperate with me and support the branches in the various star fields. Han Xiao explained the support of the 3 universal civilizations in detail, and Sylvia's face immediately fell. So, my workload has increased again? Sigh, you little comrade, your mindset is not good enough. Han Xiao sternly criticized her. How can there be output without guts? You should be more proactive. With the scope of your work increasing, this means that the power in your hands has increased. As if I'll believe you. Sylvia laughed emotionlessly. Hearing the laughter, Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Look, she's smiling so happily, happiness written all over her face. Han Xiaoshan took a look at Sylvia's hairline and heaved a sigh of relief. After his many years of experience, the hairline of his subordinates was equal to their durability. It seemed like this student was not completely useless yet and could still be used. The two of them bickered for a while, and Sylvia suddenly thought of something. By the way, there's a political talk show that wants to invite you as a guest to discuss the intelligent plague this time. Do you want to accept? What show? The one that's quite famous in the entire galaxy, Ruden's Promise. No. Han Xiao waved his hand. With the help of the 3 universal civilizations, he did not need to do it personally. He could maintain a sense of mystery and distance to increase his reputation. All right, I'll reject him then. After a few more words of encouragement, Han Xiao hung up and pondered. The intelligent plague was an unexpected situation. If it were not for the disaster, the 3 universal civilizations would definitely be preparing to deal with the supercluster civilization. Now that this phase was delayed, the intelligent plague gave the Supercluster Alliance some time to breathe. When the 3 universal civilizations completely wrapped up the intelligent plague, they would be free to fight the Supercluster Alliance like in his previous life. This time, the Supercluster Alliance was more prepared, and the competition between the two sides would be more intense. The outcome would determine the direction of the universe. As an existence that was half independent of the two sides, the Development Union would definitely be involved in the conflict between him and the Mecha Empire. He should be prepared early. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly heard the sound of air flowing strangely. Han Xiao looked up and saw black flames gathering out of thin air, forming a man in a black robe who suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the mental projection of Oathkeeper of the Holy Covenant. Looking around, he saw that all the crew members in the bridge, including Harrison, were ignoring Oathkeeper's figure as if they could not see him. "We meet again, Black Star," Oathkeeper said. His voice sounded directly in Han Xiao's mind, establishing a mental connection. "You're quite punctual. You came to find me as soon as I left the ancient star desert. Speaking of which, why can you directly use mental projection on me? Do you know my whereabouts?" Han Xiao stroked his chin and asked in the mental connection. "This is the characteristic of my Esper ability. There are no identical souls in the world, especially for the strong. Souls are very easy to identify. As long as I record the characteristics of your soul, I can track the target in a higher dimension and use mental projection on the target. However, it's only limited to using mental projection to find people. I can't know the target's actual location." Han Xiao did not say anything, but he was not surprised. It was impossible for a beyond grade A leader of a mysterious organization that had been in hiding for many years to not have some skills. "You contacted me because you want to continue the previous deal, right? 2 primal Esper abilities and 2 universal treasure blueprints in exchange for some holy light particles." "That's right," Oathkeeper replied with a deep voice. Because of the intelligent plague, the deal had been put on hold for a few months. He was actually happy to see it happen. He could take advantage of these few months to track down the mole in the Holy Covenant organization. Unfortunately, the operation to catch the mole had caused chaos in the organization, and he had found nothing. He could not even find a strand of hair of the mole. Either the mole was too well hidden, or the source of Black Star's information was not the mole. Oathkeeper became more and more suspicious of the existence of the mole, so he temporarily stopped the operation. "Then, let's set a new date for the deal." At this point, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something and asked casually, "Oh, right. You guys have a long history, so you should know a lot of secret information, right?" "It depends on which aspect." "Then, have you heard of the Sanctum?" Oathkeeper was not prepared and was caught off guard. His heart was in turmoil. "This is a test, right? This must be a test. Didn't you say you don't know our mission last time?" Liar. His heart, which was originally a little shaken, became as firm as a rock again. "There really is a mole. Investigate. Investigate to the very end." Chapter 1132. Oathkeeper suppressed the shock and anger in his heart, trying his best to keep his mental frequency stable so that Han Xiao would not be able to see through it. He observed Han Xiao's expression and mental fluctuations. He could not tell that Han Xiao was trying to tease him and could only feel Black Star's curiosity. Black Star asked about the Sanctums. Did he understand the Holy Covenant's plan or heard the term from somewhere else? There were not many people in the entire universe who knew about the Sanctums. Oathkeeper's mood was like riding on a turbulent space turbulence. He tried his best to remain calm and acted casual. "Where did you find out about the Sanctums?" "Someone told me." Han Xiao lied casually. Of course, it was impossible for him to tell the truth. "Who told you?" Oathkeeper did not give up. There are very, very few people in the entire universe who know about the existence of the Sanctums. Even advanced civilizations might not know about the existence of the Sanctums. Since Black Star mentioned the name Sanctums, Oathkeeper knew that Black Star had a certain amount of information in his hands. If he pretended not to know about the Sanctums, he would lose the clues instead. He really wanted to know how much Han Xiao knew. "Well, if I said that it was a revelation from inspiration, would you believe me?" Han Xiao had no choice but to use the excuse of being a jack of all trades. Although it was not very believable, he was only trying to brush it off and was not prepared to convince the other party. However, he did not expect Oathkeeper to nod lightly and not raise any more objections, as if this was the correct answer. This situation is indeed a simple way to perceive the Sanctums, but it is uncontrollable and very vague. Only existences that have reached a certain level of life can have a faint connection with the Sanctums. At the moment when inspiration intersects with the universe, you can occasionally see its vague outline, but your perception and it are separated by endless space-time dimensions, and you will never be able to touch it with your spiritual sense. At most, you will hear murmurs in your ears. Speaking an ancient language, Han Xiao was stunned by what he said. "Little brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly swerving to Chulhu's style?" Hearing Oathkeeper's explanation, Han Xiaoshan did not have much confidence either. He really did not know what the sanctums were, and he was only trying his luck when he asked today. It seemed like the Holy Covenant really knew about the sanctums. "Stop talking nonsense. Can you say something that I can understand?" Han Xiao could not help but interject. Oathkeeper was silent for a moment, seemingly hesitant to reveal the information. After thinking about it, he decided to share some harmless basic information. The sanctum is an ancient existence. No one knows when it appeared. It might be even older than the 3 universal civilizations. Only at special times or with special means can one sense or even approach it. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. It was not easy to find an insider, so he naturally could not miss the opportunity to ask. "What exactly is the sanctum? Where is it?" Hearing this, Oathkeeper looked at Han Xiao strangely. Seeing that Han Xiao did not seem to be lying, he asked, "You don't know?" "If I knew, why would I ask you?" Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. His understanding of the Holy Covenant organization was limited to the surface. He really did not know the connection between the Holy Covenant organization and the sanctums. He did not know that his question had hit the nail on the head and scared Oathkeeper quite a bit. Hearing this, Oathkeeper heaved a sigh of relief and rejoiced. "It seems like Black Star really does not know about our plan, so I misunderstood. There is actually no mole, but Black Star got the information from somewhere else." Thinking about this, Oathkeeper did not stop talking and continued. "The sanctum does not exist in the material world, nor does it exist in the secondary dimensions. It has no concept of geographical location, and I don't know how to define the nature of the sanctum. I think it should be considered a phenomenon." "Phenomenon?" Han Xiao was curious. "Yes, a phenomenon." He waited for Oathkeeper to continue, but Oathkeeper had no intention of explaining. The two of them stared at each other, and there was an awkward silence. Seeing this, Han Xiao knew that Oathkeeper was not willing to continue talking about this, so he changed the question. "Then what is in the sanctum?" The two of them continued to stare at each other. "Then how many sanctums are there?" 6, Oathkeeper answered this time. Han Xiao was slightly taken aback. This answer was somewhat unexpected. He asked a few more questions, such as how to find the sanctum, how to open the sanctum, and so on. Oathkeeper, without exception, expressed that he did not know. This guy definitely knows more, but he just won't reveal the key information. Then the sanctum must be something very important, although I still don't know what it is for. With this thought in mind, Han Xiao saw that he could not squeeze more information out of Oathkeeper for the time being, so he ended the topic of the sanctum and returned to the transaction between the two parties, re-establishing the time, place, and method of the transaction. Having achieved his goal, Oathkeeper's figure suddenly exploded, turning into black flame flowers that danced in the air before dissipating into nothingness. After sensing for a while and confirming that Oathkeeper had left, Han Xiao stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. The Holy Covenant organization seems to know a lot of secrets. Maybe I have to find a way to dig out some information from them. Now, only Oathkeeper can take the initiative to contact me, which is a bit passive. During the transaction, I can find a way to track the other party's emissary. Speaking of which, there are actually 6 sanctums. Han Xiao was confused. This was different from what he had guessed. His original guess was that there were only 5 sanctums. Why were there 6? Unfortunately, Oathkeeper was ambiguous. He did not know if he was telling the truth or not, so he was not willing to reveal more information. He thought for a moment and came up with an idea. After completing the transaction and getting the benefits, I can consider exposing the other party's intention to revive the primordial ones. Maybe I can use this to exchange for information about the sanctums. I'll treat it as hush money. On the other hand, in the secret hall of the Holy Covenant Organization's base, Oathkeeper, who was sitting cross-legged in midair, removed his mind projection, and the clusters of star-like flames around him retracted into his body. "How's the situation?" Law and Faye were waiting below, looking up at their boss. "Black Star is very easy to talk to. The transaction is re-established," Oathkeeper said slowly. "Prepare the chips on our side. The transaction method is still the same as planned. Prevent Black Star from tracking us." "Understood." The two nodded. Oathkeeper nodded. His tone was a little solemn, but there was also a little anticipation in it. Because of the information disturbance revealed by Destiny's Child, the agreed date has been brought forward. After getting the holy light particle, prepare to open the third sanctum and carry out the awakening ceremony. Thousand Shadows' Esper ability is the foundation of the synthesis. We don't have time to wait for him to complete the transformation. We have to wrap things up. Saying that, Oathkeeper's gaze became distant. "It's time to fulfill my oath and welcome the return of history." That mole, the two touched on his sore spot. Oathkeeper's mood was interrupted, and he gritted his teeth. "Humph, don't look for it. I might have made a mistake. Secondary dimension world, underworld dimension." The broken black floating islands were pieced together, turning into a black land. The texture was like a moving desert, with peaks and hills appearing from time to time, and valleys and cliffs appearing from time to time. The landscape was unpredictable. The sky was grey, and thick black clouds covered the horizon. The colors were dark and light, forming a sense of gradual change. A pale white ball of light hung in the middle of the sky like a full moon. The soft moonlight illuminated and passed through the surrounding clouds, and silver-white faint stars scattered across the land. The atmosphere was quiet and serene. With Hellas' replenishment of dimensional origin energy, the broken space wall here had been repaired after half a year, and the chaotic spaceflow was blocked outside. It was no longer in the miserable state of being riddled with holes. Now, it was the true appearance of the underworld dimension. In the center of the underworld dimension, there was a red lake with waves rising without wind. If one looked carefully, this was energy that was so condensed that it was almost liquid. It was the death energy that Hela controlled. At this time, the dazzling red was stained with a faint black gas. This was the aura of the underworld. Through the mark of the underworld, it was added to Hela's body. The connection between the two gave her a huge boost in strength. This was the legacy left behind by the previous Esper of Death, and Hela had inherited it. Her combat strength had increased by a lot. Directly above the red lake, Hela sat cross-legged in mid-air, a faint red aura surrounding her. Her eyes were closed, and her eyelashes trembled. She was releasing her own energy to replenish the underworld dimension. At this time, the figure of the underworld Earth Lord, Oniselu, appeared beside Hela. "Your connection with me is getting closer and closer." Hela opened her eyes and said expressionlessly, "After absorbing my energy for a few months, how much have you recovered?" "About 3%. It's enough to resist the space storm of the secondary dimension world." "Only so little?" Hela frowned. The underworld dimension's energy comes from 2 Esper abilities after all. If the person carrying the Life Esper ability reaches beyond Grade A and replenishes the underworld dimension's energy with you, there will be a resonance reaction, greatly increasing the recovery speed of the underworld dimension. Now, there's only you, so the efficiency is naturally not that high. Oniselu smiled. "Is that so?" Hela nodded. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked, "By the way, now that the underworld dimension has stabilized, can the hero spirits stored in the core of the dimension be released?" "You can, but it's still too early. I suggest you don't do that." Oniselu shook her head. "This is the tomb of the hero spirits, and there are many of them. Their free movement consumes the underworld dimension's energy. Furthermore, the stronger the hero spirit, the more energy it consumes to maintain it, which further lowers the recovery efficiency. When the underworld dimension recovers to 30% and activates the soul calming function, it's best to let them sleep." "So, you mean the efficiency is not enough now?" "You can explain it that way." Hela sighed. Although the underworld dimension was strong, it was still far from reaching its peak. She did not know when she would be able to summon the reincarnated hero spirits like her predecessor. At this moment, Hyla's curiosity was piqued, and she asked, "What do you mean?" Speaking of which, the underworld can temporarily revive the past undead and allow them to descend into the world again. Other than that, is there any other way to revive the dead? Hearing this, Oniselu thought for a while and said with uncertainty. When the two masters, Nerkis and Eros, were still alive, I seem to have heard them mention a special phenomenon that seems to be related to the revival of the dead. There really is. What's that? Hela asked. I think it's something called the sanctum. The two masters once had an argument because of it, but they rarely mentioned it after that. It seems like someone invited them to carry out an operation related to the sanctum. I don't know the details, but they rejected it. So, what exactly is the sanctum? Is it the same principle as the underworld? I'm not sure. I don't know much about it either. I only heard their conversation. However, it's said that the sanctum is very powerful. Reviving the dead is only one of its effects. Oniselu shook her head. I see, Hela nodded. She was just asking casually and did not take it to heart. However, Oniselu thought for a while and said, if you're very curious, some of the primordial hero spirits in the underworld might know something. However, after waking them up, they can't be forced to continue sleeping. Then, forget it. We'll talk about it after the soul calming function is restored. There's no rush. Hela shook her head. She secretly noted down the information about the sanctum and planned to tell Blackstar when she returned to discuss it. Recommended book, My Senior Sister Knows Magic by Rong Xiaorong, former History Channel God. If you're interested, please increase your fan points or follow the V-Letter public account Chi Pager or the Weibo account Chi Pager. Chapter 1133. The official announcement of the three universal civilizations spread throughout the various starfields, quickly dispelling the uneasy atmosphere of the galactic society ever since the outbreak of the intelligent plague. Although most of the civilizations and races criticized the three universal civilizations for some of their ways of doing things, when it came to the safety of the explored universe, they had extraordinary trust in the three universal civilizations. These three backing always brought them reassuring strength. Before the impact of the announcement faded, the three universal civilizations officially lifted the seal on the ancient star desert half a month later, allowing this starfield to return to the system of the Galactic Society. The first-generation virtual mutiny virus was basically eliminated, and the three universal civilizations set up special firewalls in many starfields. Without its self-evolving core, the virus would not be able to cause any more trouble and would completely disappear with time. The threat had been removed. The specific situation of the ancient star desert also spread, which was much more detailed than the announcement of the three universal civilizations. The enthusiasm and interest of the galactic residents soared again. On the way back, Han Xiao paid attention to the public opinion of the Galactic Society. It was mostly one-sided praise for the achievements of the three universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A mechanic think tank led by him. There were also criticisms of Manison of the Mecha Empire mixed in with complaints about the security of the area. During the intelligent plague, the various starfields were not peaceful either. Most of the time, it was some local rebel organizations that tried to incite panic, but they were all suppressed with iron fists. As for the mercenaries who tried to sneak into the ancient star desert to obtain the virus, most of them were sent to the prisons of the three universal civilizations, and the rest were all on the wanted list. The public opinion was very good, and there were no discordant comments. Or rather, the negative comments were all resolved. The galactic media of the various regions were like blood hunters who smelled blood. They swarmed to the ancient star desert, visited the various planets, and dug up the details of the disaster. They used an extremely short period of time to produce a large number of special programs to compete for news headlines. This was all approved by the three universal civilizations behind the scenes. Power came from obedience. The three universal civilizations had completed a great undertaking, so they needed the media to guide the public opinion and promote it, taking the opportunity to consolidate the recognition of their rule. The Black Star Corps fleet carrying Han Xiao and the others passed through the dynasty's military stargate. As soon as they arrived at the shattered star ring, the dynasty sent someone to contact Han Xiao again. Award ceremony? Han Xiao heard this term from Tarakov, the marshal of the dynasty's exploration army, who was also in charge of contacting him. That's right. Under the leadership of the three universal civilizations, the explored universe has once again resolved a universe-level disaster. It will definitely be recorded as a milestone in history. As for those who have contributed to the disaster relief operation, we have always held a large-scale award ceremony to commend their achievements. Naturally, you're on the list of invitees. Han Xiao was no stranger to this. Although he felt that it was more or less formalized, he also knew that this kind of activity was indispensable. The major event of the country was the sacrifice, and life needed a sense of ritual. All right, where will the award ceremony be held? What time? You don't want me to go to the central galaxy, do you? I just returned to the base. This is a joint award ceremony held by the three universal civilizations. In order to conform to the trend of the times and make it convenient for the beyond grade as to attend, we've decided to hold the ceremony in the new flickering world in 3 months. It's indeed quite convenient. Han Xiao nodded. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and asked in a mysterious tone, "Tell me, have you guys completed the deployment against the Supercluster Alliance? When will you take action? I feel that this is not the time to talk about this." Tarakov coughed and lowered his voice. Anyway, after the 4th phase of the free competition zone is completed, the three universal civilizations will consider redistributing the territory occupied by the Supercluster Alliance. They will not take it back but share it with the free organizations and other civilizations. Maybe they will come up with something similar to the new Starfield anti-monopoly exploration law as the reason. What a good job. Han Xiao curled his lips. That was how things had gone in his previous life, so he was not surprised. Speaking of which, before you guys removed the seal on the ancient star desert, did you do anything to the supercluster there? We did not this time, and you know the reason. However, although we did not do anything to them, we took the opportunity to leave behind a large number of spies and scouts to closely monitor the movement of the Star Arc civilization's troops and resources, preparing for any conflicts that might break out, Tarakov explained. How evil. Han Xiao clicked his tongue. You're not qualified to say that, Tarakov said. Don't think that I don't know. I heard a lot of rumors from the intelligence department. It said that you left a lot of things in the ancient Star Desert's black market. Same to you. Han Xiao did not mind. The two of them had known each other for many years and were already old acquaintances. After exchanging a few words, they were about to end the call. This time, Tarakov thought of something and said, "If you have time, you can watch a show. Our colleagues in the Public Opinion Control Department seem to have sent some information about you over." After hanging up, Han Xiao received a link from Tarakov. After opening it, the virtual screen changed and showed a political talk show. It seemed to have been updated not long ago. This was a show similar to Ruden's Date, but it was more authoritative. It was called Focus Talk, and it took the route of the upper class. He opened it and took a look. This episode was a report on the intelligent plague, analyzing and introducing the impact of the ancient star desert. Han Xiao fast-forwarded for a while and finally saw his name. A decent-looking god aura person was talking on the screen. The subtitles beside introduced this person as a senior researcher of the Galactic Society, a scholar. Before Black Star walked out of the Blue Star civilization, the god aura civilization already knew about this person. We personally witnessed the rise of this strong neighbor, the Black Star Corps, and we even fought side by side in history. The Black Star Corps has passed the primitive accumulation stage. From the recent Black Star Cup, the Holy Light Emissary Project, and the Intelligent Plague Incident, it is not hard to see that they are working hard to take on more social responsibilities. Although Black Star is a universe warlord, his way of doing things is not the same as others. Now that he has a huge amount of social resources in his hands, he seems to be more interested in using these resources to maintain and improve the universe's environment. The other beyond grade A warlords make us feel awe and fear, but for Black Star, we feel more respect and admiration. He gives us a different feeling, diluting the instinctive fear of the galactic residents toward the peak of an individual's strength. Maybe this is the source of his extraordinary affinity. Just as Han Xiao was feeling great listening to him brag, the image changed, and the scenes of his deeds flashed past. Coupled with the narration in a steady tone, it sounded very serious, like an official news report. Very soon, it was time for the most recent incident. This show had obtained the first-hand video of the confrontation on planet Magnetic Cloud and broadcast it exclusively to the entire universe. This is the promotional material that the dynasty sent over, Han Xiao thought to himself. The image recorded the confrontation between himself and Man Ison from a third-party perspective. He heard himself say that famous quote again in the image, and there was even a close-up. No matter how big the universe is, there is an end, but ambition is endless. Han Xiao stared at the screen, and his lips curled up. He had to admit that at this moment, he looked very handsome in the image. The reason the dynasty sent this video was probably because they thought that this scene could improve his public image and help with publicity. The next moment, the narration ended, and the image changed to a luxurious office. There was a new interviewer, who also had a big background. The subtitles introduced this person as the chairman of the Stewart Committee. Keriber Pedicius, a tenured professor of the Supreme Institute of Technology of the Radiant Federation, the principal of the Academy of Truth, the recipient of medals such as Stellaris and Eye of Hela. A long list of honors and titles could not be written in the image, so it could only be played. The Stewart Committee was not some random Tom, Dick, or Harry. It had a big background, a long history, and a high status. Its founder was the founder of the energy level theory, Dr. Stuart Owner, who was the traditional father of supers. In his later years, he created an award under his own name to reward experts who had made significant achievements in various fields. The committee was the organization that managed and evaluated the awards. It was very similar to the Nobel Prize in Han Xiao's memory from his previous life, but it had a higher status and had been in operation for thousands of years. Every year, the three universal civilizations and the advanced civilizations would provide special sponsorships. The Stewart Award was absolutely objective and neutral, and the awards were not affected by any political or economic factors. It was selected every 3 years, and although it could not be said that it was always popular, it was indeed very authoritative. Keriber stroked his neatly trimmed grey braided beard and smiled at the camera. Black Star is a strong person in the universe, and is also a respected scientist. I've been friends with him for a very long time. Putting aside his abilities, I also admire his ideals. I'm also a scientist, so I'm very clear about our strong desire and curiosity toward learning. No one knows better than me how much perseverance it takes to destroy an unknown technology with one's own hands. I really admire Black Star. He became the special security advisor of the three universal civilizations. This is the first time in history, and he deserves it. I can reveal some inside information here. Our Stewart Committee has received many nominations for Black Star's Peace Award from our members. The number of people who want Black Star to be the winner of this year's Stewart Peace Award is very high. From my personal point of view, I think very highly of him. He has made a huge contribution to the universe. Keriber did not hide his admiration for Han Xiao at all. At the end of the interview, he made a simple conclusion. In the future, when we look back at this period of history, we might see Black Star's choice today as the turning point of the era. He might have influenced the direction of the world. Han Xiao sighed. He had heard of the Stewart Peace Award before, but such a grand thing naturally had nothing to do with the players in his previous life. If I win this year's Stewart Peace Award, I'll probably get another Universe Legendary point. The dynasty is really sparing no effort in promoting me. Han Xiaoxin chuckled in his mind. He was very satisfied with the three universal civilizations promotion. During this time, he had been watching the various shows bragging about him. With so many honor points, he could use them as a protective halo to reflect damage. If anyone attacked him, they would definitely suffer the backlash of public opinion and lose a lot of reputation points. Even if Radiance and Ethereal wanted to deal with him, they would have to ruin his reputation first. Otherwise, they would have to weigh the loss of reputation points. Beep beep. At this time, his communicator rang. He had received a call request. Han Xiao took a look. It was a call from Ames. As soon as the call was connected, Aim's beautiful figure in a black dress was projected in front of him. Her arms were crossed, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. I saw the recording. You copied what I said. Haha, I suddenly thought of it. Looks like you got it. You have a deep impression of it. Ames narrowed her eyes. Her crescent-shaped eyes hid a watery smile, showing that she was in an extremely good mood. I basically remember everything you said. You're getting more and more likable. Ames blinked and chuckled. I have nothing to do at home. Do you have time to visit me? Miss me? Are you coming or not? Ames raised her brows slightly. Since you've already invited me, how can I not go? Wait for me to arrange my schedule. It's on the way anyway. I'll wait for you at home. Ames took 2 steps forward, raised her hand, and touched Han Xiao's cheek. Unfortunately, it was just a projection, so there was no feeling of physical contact. She then chuckled and ended the call, disappearing from the spot. Han Xiao touched his face, shook his head, and laughed. It's not good to come empty-handed. I'd better bring some gifts. It just so happened that the 3 universal civilizations had released his authority, so he could exchange an Esper ultimate knowledge for Ames. He could even give it to Hela in the future. At the same time, he also had something to ask Aesop. Having an old man at home was like having a treasure. Maybe this old man would know some information about the Sanctum, the Holy Covenant, Oathkeeper, or Manison. Furthermore, Han Xiao had a vague intuition. He had a feeling that if he went to find Ames now, he would encounter some unexpected gains. Thinking of this, Han Xiao could not help but look out the window. Harrison happened to pass by. Chapter 1134. Streaks of blue flames tore through the dark curtain of the universe, extending all the way from the depths of the universe. They stopped at the port of Floating Dragon Island outside Blue Star's atmosphere, leaving behind a rainbow that the residents of Floating Dragon could see when they looked up. Although they had a lazy leader, Floating Dragon still expanded to 5 islands, with hundreds of millions of residents living there. Most of them were Blue Star people who ran up. If they stayed on the surface, they would have to be under the jurisdiction of the Aquamarine Federation. Floating Dragon, as a neutral island, had more freedom, and they could experience the glory of the galactic society not far from home. It was a good vacation spot, which indirectly promoted the tourism industry there. Black Star's fleet docked at the main dock, attracting the attention of countless people on the platform. When Han Xiao walked out of the cabin with a group of subordinates wearing the Black Star Corps uniform, these people immediately surrounded them excitedly. It's really Black Star. Comrade, you're our pride. Can you give me an autograph? My grandpa likes you the most. Han Xiao and the others were completely surrounded by the crowd, and it was difficult for them to even move an inch. Hearing the shouts and feeling the enthusiasm of the people, Han Xiao used his ability Cloud Smile. The effect was not ordinary, and the crowd's mood became even higher. Most of the people there were Blue Star people. They were all Black Star's admirers since they were young. Recently, due to the promotion of the 3 universal civilizations, his reputation had been extremely high. He was almost worshipped as an omnipotent god by the Blue Star people. This time, the Floating Dragon soldiers who had been waiting for a long time walked up and separated the crowd, leaving a path. Jenny walked up expressionlessly and spoke with an insincere tone. Welcome to Floating Dragon, Your Excellency Black Star. Your tone doesn't sound that welcoming, Han Xiao joked. No, I'm very happy. Jenny stared with her dead fish eyes, turned her body slightly, and made an inviting gesture. Come with me. The 2 of them left with a group of subordinates, leaving behind many people at the dock. Watching the backs of the group of people disappear from sight, many people winked at each other, revealing a look that said, "You know what I mean." The scandal between Black Star and the Dragon Emperor had been circulating in the Shattered Star Ring for decades, and everyone in the Blue Star knew about it. Black Star frequently visited Floating Dragon Island, and Dragon Emperor moved her base to Black Star's hometown. Even if Bennett was beaten to death, the people of Blue Star would not believe that there was nothing going on between the 2 of them. Han Xiao and Jenny walked at the very front, leading the group as they passed through the streets. Countless passers-by stared at them in surprise and excitement, chatting with each other here and there. You seem to be in a good mood today. Han Xiao glanced at her. Why do you say that? Jenny was puzzled. Your attitude towards me today is not as bad as before. Humph. Jenny snorted. If you like, I can recover a little. She had never liked Blackstar. Firstly, she did not like this fellow who increased her workload, and secondly, it was because of Ames. However, after seeing the recent news, although Jenny did not say it, she actually admired Blackstar. If she were to speak ill of him now, she would not be able to get over it in her heart. TSK, you don't have a soul like this. Han Xiao shook his head and joked. I still prefer your wild and unruly side. Jenny secretly rolled her eyes and could not be bothered with Han Xiao. At this time, the group walked to the intersection, and they heard a series of dense footsteps, as well as the crisp sound of metal rubbing against each other. Everyone looked over and saw a group of floating dragon warriors in dark gold heavy armor pushing creatures of different races who had black cloth covering their heads as they hurriedly walked through the street not far away. The pedestrians around them hurriedly dodged as if they were afraid of tigers. The entire body of this group of heavy-armored warriors was covered by armor, and their faces could not be seen. There was an inexplicable cold-blooded aura when they moved. There were two emblems on the chest of the armor. One was the floating dragon symbol, and the other was an unfamiliar symbol that Han Xiao had never seen before. It probably represented the identity of this group of people. What force is this? They didn't seem to be here the last time I was here. Han Xiao was curious. That's the hunting group. It was only recently separated from Wilsander's security force and became an independent organization, Jenny said concisely. Harrison saw the bloodstains on the clothes of the creatures being escorted and could not help but ask, what are they going to do to those people? As soon as he said that, Han Xiao and Jenny both turned to look at him with a strange expression. What's wrong? Harrison was a little nervous from the two of them looking at him like that. Jenny ignored him and looked at Han Xiao. Blackstar, where did you find this newbie again? He doesn't seem to know when it's his turn to speak. Don't say that. Harrison is a great guy. He helped me a lot. Han Xiao did not mind and chuckled. I like it when you're mean. This is more like it. Humph. Jenny looked back at Harrison and waved her hand. Since you're so curious, let's go take a look. It's not far anyway. Can we? Harrison looked at Han Xiao. Let's go take a look then. Han Xiao nodded. Although he was now Harrison's overbearing CEO, he would still try his best to satisfy the small request of someone with advanced luck glow. The group followed the hunting team all the way to the edge of Floating Dragon Island. A translucent light golden barrier isolated the vacuum, and outside was the universe. A large crowd gathered in the distance, but the hunting team did not care. They did not chase away the onlookers and focused on doing their own things. They lined up the people with black cloth in their hands and kneeled down before opening a small part of the protective shield. A small opening appeared in the golden barrier, and these people without armor protection were instantly sucked out. They were exposed to the universe and writhing in pain like fish jumping on a chopping board. Very soon, these people's struggles became weaker, and a layer of white frost appeared on everyone's body. Their bodily functions were destroyed by the vacuum, and only their heads were hidden under the black cloth. Otherwise, their painful and twisted expressions would be visible. The next moment, the hunting team raised the guns in their hands and fired at the same time. Green laser beams shot out of the blasters and shattered these people who were about to turn into ice sculptures. They turned into balls of light and floated deep into the universe. Is this an execution? Harrison's eyes widened. What did they do? Isn't this a little too cruel? Although he had never been to the Shattered Star Ring before, he had done some research on Floating Dragon after hearing about the change in the itinerary. Because the Black Star Corps Galactic Pirate Happy Hut was too famous, the galactic pirates in the Shattered Star Ring had moved their businesses to other regions on a large scale. Floating Dragon no longer accepted galactic pirates, and it became a free city with good security. He had thought that Floating Dragon's culture was very good, but he did not expect that there would be floating dragon troops executing people on the spot in front of countless onlookers. This was not a sign of good security, and executing people on the spot was most likely a sign of a reign of terror. He could not imagine that he would see such a barbaric act there. Cruel, Jenny said with dissatisfaction. Look at the people around you. Which one of them thinks it's cruel? Harrison turned around and was shocked to see that every single one of the onlookers had a look of joy on their faces. There were even some people who were clapping and cheering. Jenny looked at Han Xiao and snorted. The more famous you are, the more enemies you have. In recent years, there have been many infiltration incidents in Blue Star. These criminals are spies and rebels from different organizations. They have advanced equipment, and their goal is to infiltrate Blue Star and harm you by destroying your mother planet. Some of them have their eyes on Floating Dragon and are trying to build a secret stronghold here or use Floating Dragon's location to throw weapons of mass destruction at Blue Star. Therefore, we have created a hunting team to eliminate these spies. Black Star, we have helped you block a lot of pressure. Hearing that, Harrison understood. Most of the onlookers were from Blue Star, so it was no wonder that they were so happy. These criminals did not have any environmental awareness and were trying to destroy their mother planet. Executing them on the spot would not only not be cruel, but it would also make them feel at ease. Thanks. Han Xiao smiled. The reason Ames had moved Floating Dragon there was to help him block these malicious intentions toward his home planet. Just a thank you and it's over. Han Xiao thought for a while and said, then, I'll bring you some special magic potions for hair growth next time as a gift. Go and find Ames yourself. Jenny's face was green. She resisted the urge to curse and turned around to leave. Seeing that, Harrison mumbled softly and asked in confusion, Your Excellency Black Star, you're a top figure in the universe. Why is this woman so disrespectful to you? I've known her for decades, and we've always been so noisy. There's no point in talking about status between friends. Han Xiao waved his hands. So that's how it is. You're really magnanimous. Harrison flattered without batting an eyelid. He then asked, then, what's her name? You don't know? Jenny is the general manager of Floating Dragon, the sister and best friend of the Dragon Emperor. It should be easy to find her online. I didn't check that carefully. So, her name is Jenny. I think she's quite pretty. When did you become blind? Han Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks, looked down at his expression, and said with a surprised tone, Don't tell me you've fallen for her. Harrison's face turned slightly red, and he said shyly, I can't say that I like her. After all, this is the first time I've met her. Oh, I get it. You're lusting after her body. Harrison was speechless. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He was not sure about Jenny's love life in his previous life, but Harrison had been an old bachelor until he died in the World Tree civilization. He had never heard of him having any partners or children. Although Jenny might be more than 100 years older than Harrison, she took good care of herself and looked like she was in her 30s. Furthermore, as the old saying went, a woman 3 years older carries gold bricks, a woman 30 years older carries mountains, a woman 300 years older carries immortal pills. Age was not a distance, and true love was invincible. It was a win-win situation. There's a chance. With that in mind, Han Xiao patted Harrison's shoulder and chuckled. If you like her, then do it. I'll be your shield. Quickly take her down and teach her a lesson. It's a good thing I didn't argue with her. Otherwise, with her personality, she would definitely be beaten up once every 3 days and once every 5 days. Harrison's face turned even redder. What should I do? I have no experience. You're the rich second-generation heir of a large financial group, and you haven't even had a girlfriend before? I used to like reading. How embarrassing. Han Xiao was heartbroken. What a waste of your family's wealth. The two of them chatted as they brought them to Ames's palace. Han Xiao had Harrison and his subordinates wait at the stronghold while he tidied his clothes and stepped into Ames's palace. They arrived at a garden full of rare herbs. Ames was lying on the long bed in the middle of the garden. Her black dress was like a blooming black flower. She was using her force field to control the recovery coin that Hela had given her to shuttle through the flowers. The table beside her was filled with sumptuous wine and food. Hearing footsteps, Ames grabbed the coin and pulled it back. She turned to look at Han Xiao, smiled, and patted the bed beside her. "You're here. Take a seat. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Han Xiao walked forward and picked up a full blue crystal wine glass from the table. He sat on the side of the bed, took a sip, and smacked his lips. "Old Aesop made this again." As soon as he said that, his shoulders sank, and he felt a pair of white arms wrap around him. Ames put her chin on his shoulder from behind and asked curiously, "What did you do in the ancient star desert? There are too few details in the news. I want to hear it from you." Han Xiao was not surprised by her intimate actions. In the secondary dimensions, the two of them had been together for a few months, and their relationship had grown closer. Although Ames was a clean freak and did not like to touch other people's bodies, he was not. "Let's not talk about this first. I brought you a gift." Han Xiao snapped his fingers, and a virtual screen popped up. On it was a list of Esper ultimate knowledges. "The 3 universal civilizations have released my authority and allowed me to exchange ultimate knowledges for others. However, there's a limit to the number. Pick one you want, and I'll get it for you." "So good." Ames blinked. "Let me guess. You're not giving this to me, and you're going to teach this knowledge to other Espers, such as Hela and the others, right?" "That's right." Han Xiao nodded. "This is more like you." Ames's lips curled up slightly. She looked at the screen and tapped on one of the options. Han Xiao glanced at it. "This doesn't seem to be the most suitable for you. Didn't you say that there's a limit to the number of knowledges that can be exchanged?" "I don't care. It's fine as long as it's suitable for Hela and Aurora." Ames smiled gently. "You're too considerate of her." Han Xiao was helpless. "They're my only students, just like my children. Who else can I be considerate of other than them?" Ames punched Han Xiao's chest and said, "Hurry up and tell me a story. I want to hear it." Han Xiao raised his head and drank the wine to moisten his throat. He then picked up the crystal clear blue fruit on the table and threw it into his mouth to chew. While eating, he recounted his experience in the ancient star desert in detail. After telling the story for half a day, Ames was finally satisfied and let Han Xiao go. They agreed to continue the next day. Han Xiao left the palace and planned to look for Aesop. However, he did not expect Aesop to go to the army's stronghold and come looking for him. After returning to the stronghold, Han Xiao immediately saw Aesop sitting in the hall with Harrison and the others accompanying him. "Old man, I was just about to look for you. Did you foresee it again, so you came looking for me first?" Han Xiao sat down opposite Aesop and joked. "Stop fooling around. I'm here to talk business with you today." Aesop put down the cup in his hand and said with a serious tone, "How rare." Han Xiao was a little curious. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "My passive foresight has been triggered very frequently recently. I think it's better to inform you about some things." Aesop raised his finger and said in a deep voice, "First, the first thing. First, I saw a special existence descend on Blue Star, and I saw his appearance clearly. Since you know what he looks like, why don't you tell Bennett and ask him to send someone to compare the global surveillance and find this person?" "That's the problem," Aesop frowned. "I've searched the entire Blue Star, and there are no records of this person in all the surveillance cameras. There are no eyewitness reports. It's like this person doesn't exist at all. Is your prophecy wrong?" "No, this prophecy has never had such a strong foresight. I can't tell why, but I'm sure this prophecy is reliable." "Then, what else is special about this person that you saw?" Hearing this, Aesop glanced at Han Xiao. "In my prophecy, you seem to have interacted with him a long time ago. P.S. Recommended book, Titan and the Dragon King, by Rui Shuefengnian, PS2. The moderator has set up an event in the book review section. After the event, 20 lucky viewers will be randomly selected to be given the exclusive title armor leather. If you're interested, please take a look." Chapter 1135. Interacted with him before? Let me see what he looks like. Han Xiao was curious. Aesop took out his communicator, operated it, and brought up a 3D image of a person. This was a pale man who looked like a Blue Star Caucasian. Han Xiao sized him up for a long time and felt that he was very unfamiliar. There was no such person in his memory. Strange, I've never seen this person before, Han Xiao said. Anyway, I'll get someone to look for him on Blue Star. Since he was able to be predicted by Aesop, this person was definitely involved in something important. He did not know if it was good or bad for him to descend on Blue Star. After all, Blue Star was his mother planet in name, so he still had to be concerned about its safety. You said that this was the first thing. What's the second thing? I foresaw the reappearance of history. Aesop frowned, looking a little confused. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. You mean, in my foresight, many historical figures who had died long ago descended to the world again. I even saw the figure of the primordial ones. Could it be about the Holy Covenant reviving beyond grade as? This meant that old man Aesop also vaguely foresaw this future. Then, the cause of the prophecy should be the deal between him and Oathkeeper. You don't seem surprised by this prophecy. Aesop was confused. I have some understanding of this matter. Han Xiao stroked his chin and asked, by the way, do you know any information? He briefly asked about the Holy Covenant organization, Oathkeeper, the Sanctums, and so on, hoping that Aesop, who had traveled extensively, would know some information that ordinary people did not. Unfortunately, Aesop shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of these things. However, when he mentioned Oathkeeper, he seemed to have thought of something. The high-dimensional psychic projection ability that ignores distance is not common. It sounds simple, but the requirements are actually very strict. Psychics and most psychic Esper abilities cannot do it. If it's not his own Esper ability, then it's a bit like a legendary primal Esper ability entity, Soul Flame. As soon as he heard the words primal Esper ability, Han Xiao knew that it was reliable and quickly asked, do you know anything else? Soul Flame is one of the super high-risk Esper abilities. There have been no sightings of it for many years. Oh, you probably know this basic information, so I won't repeat it. I'll tell you something you don't know. When I was young, I seemed to have a premonition. That premonition warned me that if I did something, a person who used Soul Flame would suddenly appear and try to control me, forcing me to help him find something. So, I followed my foresight and avoided disaster, avoiding this line of fate. This guy might be the Oathkeeper you mentioned. This is my only interaction with him. After talking for a while, Han Xiao realized that this was all Aesop knew about Oathkeeper, so he could only give up. He made a mental note of the name Soul Flame and planned to ask the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy and the Holy Light Particle. They were both members of the Primal Esper ability family, so they should know more. Moreover, Primal Esper ability entities had a long lifespan. If he knew who had the last time Soul Flame fell into, he might be able to get more information about the Holy Covenant organization. Since you know about this, I won't emphasize it. Aesop raised a third finger and said seriously, there's one last prophecy. I foresee that a universe-level disaster is brewing in a place we can't see. You're not talking about the intelligent plague, are you? Then your prophecy has probably expired. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Aesop said angrily. I see wormholes that span tens of millions of miles open in the void, and fleets swarm out. A galactic war no less intense than the exploration era will break out. No one will be able to stay out of it. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed. It sounded like the invasion of the World Tree civilization. Prophecies would not appear out of nowhere. There had to be some kind of trigger or change. Now that Aesop had predicted this future, it meant that there was some progress in the World Tree civilization's plot. The first thing Han Xiao thought of was the wormhole coordinates back then. It was very difficult to locate a wormhole that had accidentally opened in an unexplored universe without a frame of reference. The workload was huge, and it required a lot of manpower and resources to calculate, deconstruct the coordinates, and deduce the model. Even the slightest error in the data would be magnified hundreds of millions of times in reality. It required absolute precision. His progress was limited. Could it be that the dynasty had made some progress? It seems like I have to find some time to ask around. Back then, when Escod accidentally obtained the wormhole coordinates, I knew that the World Tree civilization storyline would definitely change. Han Xiao shook his head and felt that it was indeed the case. At this moment, Aesop stood up, patted his waist, and said casually, "I've delivered the prophecy to you. I'll leave the details to you. I'll inform you if there are any new prophecies." He had specially told Han Xiao these prophecies and did not reveal them to Ames. That was because it was useless for Ames to know and would only treat it as a story. Only Black Star would take action. It was much more reliable. Han Xiao was about to send him off, but Aesop waved his hand and rejected him. However, when he reached the door, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and thought of something. "By the way, there's something I have to tell you. While I was waiting for you, I casually helped your subordinate predict something. This lad named Harrison has quite a future. His destiny line is very thick, and it has already deviated from its original trajectory due to the disturbance." With that, Aesop opened the door and left. Han Xiao turned to look at the confused Harrison and was not surprised. Harrison had been poached by him, so of course, his destiny line had changed. The World Tree Civilization's war might break out earlier, and it was not certain if he would still sacrifice himself like in his previous life. Han Xiao sorted out the 3 prophecies. Although they were all rather vague, Aesop had indirectly provided him with a lot of key information, and he had more clues. The best thing to deal with now was the prophecy to find someone. Han Xiao threw the image of the target to Philip and asked him to compare it to the surveillance of the entire planet. He then gathered the people of the Black Star Corps stationed in the Blue Star stronghold and spread out to search the entire planet. With his influence on planet Aquamarine, even if it was a cockroach, he would be able to find it, let alone a human. "My name is Rhodey Anchor, and I'm 48 years old this year. I'm a citizen of Frost Forest City, Red Maple Province, Blue Star. I live in Zibro neighborhood, Chengwang Street, Block B, Room 1511. My ID is 770545951A62H, and I work in the Philo Corporation branch 3 streets away. I'm the deputy manager of the operations department. My parents were survivors of the old era, and they died in a riot caused by the mutation disaster. At that time, I was still an ignorant child. The disaster caused a large-scale exodus of the city's residents, and the shops on the streets were robbed clean. Charred skeletons of abandoned cars could be seen everywhere on the streets. I lived in such a desolate city for a few weeks before I was luckily found by the rescue team of the Black Star Corps. I was then brought to the sanctuary to live. After that, His Excellency Black Star resolved the mutation disaster, and I was sent to Public Orphanage number 87. After 6 years of counseling by teacher Melissa, I finally walked out of the psychological shadow of my childhood and got rid of my social phobia, depression, and other symptoms. After that, life seemed to have sped up. Going to school, graduating, entering society, participating in the reconstruction of Blue Star, constantly changing jobs, moving around, having one girlfriend after another, experiencing 2 failed marriages. Life flashed by like a white steed, and the rapid development of the times affected the life of every laborer. Like everyone else in my generation, I bravely moved forward and contributed to the new era. I worked hard, and I personally witnessed the rapid development of Blue Star after it connected with the galaxy. However, as I grew older, my ambition for my career became weaker and weaker. Instead, I missed my parents more and more. 5 years ago, I resigned from my job in a large enterprise in Black Star City and returned to my parents' hometown, Frost Forest City. The reconstruction of my hometown had already been completed, and I bought a property in this city. I found a new job and chose to settle down here. The new job was very leisurely, and there was not as intense a competitive environment as the capital. Life here was as simple as drinking water, and the people I saw every day were the same people. As I grew older, I liked a slow life, and I quickly adapted to and fell in love with this kind of daily peace. Galaxy Calendar Year 731, July 16th, I still remember that it was a bright and sunny morning. I woke up very early, washed up as usual, and prepared to take out last night's leftover dinner from the fridge and heat it up for breakfast as usual. But when I was washing up, I suddenly realized that I could not see my reflection in the mirror. A huge panic gripped my heart, and I did not know what had happened. I curled up in the corner of the bathroom and looked around uneasily, as though some monster would jump out at any moment. I trembled like this for more than a minute before I mustered up the courage to run out of the bathroom. I did not even dare to wear my shoes as I hurriedly grabbed my keys and rushed out of the house. I pressed the elevator button like a madman. The apartment I lived in was an apartment with a total of 33 floors and 4 elevators. Every time it was rush hour, the elevator would always go up to the highest floor and then slowly descend. It would stop at almost every floor. Usually, I would watch the morning news while waiting for the elevator, but now the waiting time felt like years. I was so anxious that I wanted to break open the elevator door and pull the cable inside to pull the elevator down. The elevator finally reached the 15th floor where I was. When the elevator door opened, it was almost full of people. Occasionally, when there was an overload situation like this, I would politely greet the neighbors inside and then obediently wait for the next elevator. But now, I did not care so much. I grabbed the elevator door and shouted at them, telling them what had just happened. However, I soon realized that no one was looking at me, and no one heard me. It was as though in their eyes, I did not exist. Just when I was in panic and fear, the people inside found that the elevator door could not be closed. They pressed the button to close the door in puzzlement. There was even someone who wanted to hit the elevator door and it just happened to land on my arm. What happened next made me even more frightened. This person's hand easily passed through my arm as if I was just an illusion. Before my brain could react, my vision suddenly trembled like water ripples and I hallucinated. A woman in the elevator did not hold the communication device in her hand and it fell to the ground. At this moment, my body suddenly exploded with intense pain. I could not control my body and fell to the ground, twitching. My vision quickly blurred and a strong sense of sleepiness rushed to my brain. The moment before I fainted, I vaguely saw a communication device that was exactly the same as the one in the hallucination between the legs of many pairs of legs. It fell to the ground in the elevator. In the next second, I fainted. When I woke up again, the sky was already dark. I was still lying in front of the elevator door, and a sense of weakness ran through my body. Due to that feeling was as though I had not eaten for 2 days and had stayed up 2 nights at the same time. The intense hunger seemed to have chased away my fear. I moved back home step by step and almost finished all the food in the fridge. Only then did I regain my strength. During that time, I tried to use the metal cutlery and the camera to reflect my figure, but they all failed. After that, I forced myself to calm down and conducted many tests. I realized that I did not exist in the eyes of anyone, and I was unable to touch anyone. However, I seemed to be able to affect some substances that did not come into contact with living beings. Thus, I tried driving, stealing, causing accidents, and so on. Most of the actions that could affect others were interrupted by sudden fainting. However, many of my attempts at stealing succeeded, and no one noticed. Fortunately, I was able to survive until now. Otherwise, I would have starved to death long ago. The hallucinations that caused me to faint appeared frequently. I realized that I seemed to be able to foresee the future, but I was unable to activate or deactivate it. The moment I activated it, I would faint and feel weak. I guessed that this ability was exhausting my physical strength. I thought of the mutation disaster in the past. A terrifying mutation must have happened to my body. I lived in this state for 2 to 3 months. At first, I was very scared, then I felt happy for a period of time. However, after that, it turned into confusion and emptiness. I was unable to interact with people in reality, so I tried to communicate with people online. However, I realized that no matter what form I used to leave a message, it seemed to be ignored by others. I sent messages to my friends, but I never received a reply. Even the company did not call me to ask why I did not go to work. It was as if they had all agreed that I had disappeared from the face of the earth. I did not understand why. Thus, I wrote this diary. If anyone sees my diary, I hope that you can come and help me. My address is Frost Forest City, Red Maple Province, Morning Light Street, West Brow Neighborhood, Block B, Room 1511. I will wait for you at home. Blue Star's first public announcement channel, Post Help. I have disappeared. Post views, 0. A day later, on Floating Dragon Island, there is no such person. Han Xiao received the search report from Philip and the many army members. He could not help but raise his brows. Master, not only did we not find anything in the surveillance footage, we also screened the household registration files of the Aquamarine Federation and compared the ID photos of all the citizens. There is no match, On the other side, the army warrior who was in charge of the search also explained, we used all kinds of life detection devices to scan the entire planet, even the wild, but we still couldn't find the target. Is this person really on planet Aquamarine? Han Xiao knocked on the table and turned to look at Harrison. What do you think? Me? Harrison pointed at himself with surprise, hesitated for a moment, and said, why don't we just release a missing person notice? All right. Han Xiao nodded. He was originally unsure of the background of this person in Aesop's prophecy, so he did not want to alert the enemy. However, since he could not find the person now, there was no harm in trying to release a missing person notice. Anyway, he was here, so he was not afraid of anyone causing trouble. He wanted to see what kind of relationship he had with this stranger. Chapter 1136. 4 days passed very quickly, and the missing person notice that was released through the Aquamarine Federation's official news was like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was no response at all. Either the target did not see it, or the target did see it but did not come. Similarly, there were no other reports. Han Xiao had no choice but to let his subordinates continue the carpet search. He also used Bold Explorer on the image of the target provided by Aesop, but what he saw was an image with unknown meaning. A large number of twisted lines passed through the universe, and he did not know what kind of clue that was. After another round of search, the spaceships returned to Floating Dragon's dock one after another. Many Black Star Corps members walked out of the hatch unhappily. After searching for a few days, they could not find the target every time. Repeating a task that already had a result, anyone would feel frustrated and depressed, and the army warriors were no exception. Harrison was in the crowd. Suddenly, he saw Jenny's figure from the corner of his eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. He hesitated for a while, walked over, and summoned his courage to talk to her. Jenny, I'm Harrison. We meet again. Jenny was receiving a group of financial group investors. Hearing someone call her, she turned around, nodded casually, and said calmly, it's you. What's the matter? A few days ago, Han Xiao and Ames had gathered the important officers under them and held a small banquet. Han Xiao had introduced Harrison to her, but Jenny did not have a good impression of Harrison. She still remembered that this was a talkative and curious baby, a rash young man. Can I talk to you? Harrison stuttered. Now. Jenny frowned slightly, waved her hands, and said unhappily, I'm very busy now. Can't you see that I have guests here? Then, she looked away, no longer paying attention to Harrison, and walked away with the investors with a distant and cold attitude. Harrison opened his mouth but did not dare disturb her. He could only follow the group dejectedly and prepare to report the mission to Han Xiao in the Dragon Emperor's palace. However, just as he was about to leave the dock, Harrison suddenly saw a person lying on the ground not far away. His clothes were ragged, and his face was facing down. The passers-by around him did not notice him at all, as if they did not see him. Strange, is that person sleeping on the ground? Why is no one doing anything? Harrison was curious. The Black Star Corps soldier next to him heard him and followed his line of sight. He was immediately puzzled. Where is someone lying on the ground? It's right there. It's so obvious. Can't you see it? Harrison was stunned. The surrounding army warriors all stopped and looked over. After staring for a few seconds, they turned around and looked at Harrison with strange gazes. Dude, let's go to the eye doctor. Harrison was stunned. His exuberant curiosity was instantly ignited. He shook off the crowd and strode over to the person lying on the ground. He hesitated for a moment before reaching out to push the person's body. Wake up. This person seemed to have fainted and didn't react at all. Harrison couldn't hold back his curiosity. He reached out and flipped the man over. The moment he saw this person's face, Harrison's eyes widened in shock. You said, this is the person we're looking for? Half an hour later, Han Xiao rushed back to the base from the Dragon Emperor's palace. He came to a secret interrogation room and looked across the table with a strange expression. That's right. I found him at the dock. He seems to have fallen into a coma and hasn't woken up. Harrison stood at the side and pointed at the chair opposite the table. Han Xiao looked at the empty chair with a complicated expression. He said with a heavier tone, "You're not kidding me, right? There's no one here." Harrison scratched his head and said in confusion, "I don't understand, either. It seems like other than me, no one else can see him. But I can guarantee that he's exactly the same as the target we're looking for. Where did you find him?" Han Xiao was confused. "You might not believe me." Harrison shrunk his neck. "I picked him up." Han Xiao was speechless. What else can I say? If not for Harrison coincidentally bumping into him, even if this guy came right in front of him, he probably wouldn't have seen him. No wonder you're an explorer. This is your talent. You can pick up good things wherever you go. Han Xiao was skeptical. After thinking about it, he sent a message to Aesop and asked him to come over. He then asked Harrison to describe this person's appearance. Harrison took a step forward, looked down at the air, at least in Han Xiao's eyes, and said, "He's very haggard. He's so thin that he's just skin and bones. His clothes are tattered, and there's a lot of dust on him. It's like he hasn't taken care of himself for many days." Han Xiao asked Philip to outline this person's current appearance according to Harrison's description. This person was much thinner than the portrait Aesop provided. Without comparison, it was almost impossible to recognize the two as the same person. After a while, Aesop rushed over. He looked at the empty seat as soon as he entered the room and chuckled. "You guys are pretty efficient. You found him so quickly." Seeing this, Han Xiao was depressed. "Why can't I see it? What kind of screening mechanism is this?" If not for the fact that he knew Harrison's personality, he would almost think that these two guys colluded to trick him. With that thought, Han Xiao reached out and swept the air in front of him. He did not feel any physical sensation. "Army commander, your hand passed through his body," Harrison was explaining when he suddenly got a shock. "Wait," he suddenly started convulsing like he was electrocuted. "Hurry up and wake him up." Han Xiao retracted his hand and frowned. He brought up the surveillance footage in the room and realized that all kinds of detection devices could not see this person. Taking pictures was also useless. This situation clearly wasn't invisible. It seemed like only certain people could see and touch this person. What did Aesop and Harrison have in common? If he had to say, it seemed like both of them were pretty lucky. Could it be that only the luck attribute was high enough to see this guy? Then I'd better wash up and sleep early. Just as he was thinking, Harrison suddenly yelled, "He's awake." Han Xiao was energized. He bit the bullet and said to the air, "Tell me, where are you from?" The air suddenly became quiet. Han Xiao waited for 3 seconds but did not get a reply. Instead, he saw that Harrison and Aesop were listening to something seriously. Did he speak? Looks like I can't hear him either. Han Xiao was helpless. "Tell me, what did he say?" "He said his name is Rody Anchor, and he's from Blue Star." Harrison scratched his head and repeated what he said. Hearing the other party say his name, Han Xiao immediately connected to the Blue Star Federation's population database and searched for this name. However, there was still nothing. There was still no trace of this person. This doesn't make sense. Since he's a Blue Star resident, there's no way he doesn't have a file. Either it was erased by an abnormal power, or some kind of power is affecting me to find his identity. Could it be that if I can't see him, I can't find any information about him in any form? But I could hear Harrison's retelling. Han Xiao searched the database in his mind. Suddenly, he thought of a special form of existence. This situation seemed to be the characteristic of a high-dimensional information form. The research on information form in the explored universe was limited. The theory had always been very mysterious. It was believed that any individual was an aggregation that carried information. Height, weight, smell, size, and other factors formed the conditions for this individual to be observed. High-dimensional information form was a special thing. It was like a concept of information that had been stripped of an individual's physical existence, leaving behind only these information to form the basis of existence. Just like the classification of material life forms and energy life forms, it had become a new form of existence. Whether it truly existed or not was only related to the observer. For a specific group of observers, they could perceive this cluster of information. This was a real entity that could be touched. For ordinary people who couldn't observe, they couldn't obtain any information from the high-dimensional information form from any channel. It was like this person didn't exist, like a ghost floating in the world. Both parties couldn't interact with each other. There were various names for this principle, such as information closure, unobservable entity, and so on. At the same time, information closure wasn't limited to the sensory ability of the life form itself. It was also used on technology and magic. For example, one couldn't find files that should have existed, surveillance cameras couldn't capture the target, or group photos that were taken before losing the target's figure. This was because, including virtual technology, these detection devices and techniques were also carriers of information. They were tools used to obtain and store information. In essence, they were no different from the organs of the life form to sense the outside world. Information closure was used on both the life form and these tools. This was also the reason why the existence of information form was given the prefix high-dimensional. However, after a specific group of observers obtained the information, it was equivalent to filtering it and turning it into the observer's own information. Therefore, they could describe the existence of the high-dimensional information form to others. This was the only way to transmit information. However, even if others knew about it, they still wouldn't be able to perceive the high-dimensional information form itself. From the looks of it, he's not a complete high-dimensional information form. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the ability, and wouldn't need to eat. Han Xiao pondered. His situation seems like he's only transformed halfway, causing the information he carries to mutate. His existence in the conventional sense has been erased, but he hasn't completely entered the high-dimensional information form. He maintains a certain physical existence and can still interact with some matter. This behavior is more like the awakening of a related Esper ability and temporary loss of control. Why would a perfectly normal person suddenly have an information form mutation? There must be some kind of trigger. Perhaps this is why Aesop foretold him, "Get him to tell me everything that happened." Han Xiao came back to his senses, knocked on the table, and said in a deep voice. Currently, he could only rely on Harrison and Aesop as a relay channel to relay Rhoda's situation. Han Xiao quickly figured out the ins and outs of the matter and used the information form theory to explain what had happened to this person. This person's name was Rhodi Anchor, and he had always been living in Blue Star. Some time ago, he had mutated and gained part of the characteristics of a high-dimensional information form. He had tried to transmit information under various circumstances, but all of them had failed. He had no choice but to transform into an old fat otaku and live there for a few months. A few days ago, he had seen the missing person notice from the Black Star Corps. Therefore, he had excitedly sent countless messages to the army's mailbox, but he had not received any reply. He had no choice but to step onto the spaceship and sneak over to Floating Dragon, planning to look for Han Xiao. Once a life form passed through his half-high-dimensional information form body, he would unilaterally read part of the life form's information, creating hallucinations similar to foresight, which would eventually cause him to faint. If he wanted to do anything to other people with his current body, it would be equivalent to tampering with other people's state of existence from the information level, using the information form to distort reality. This required a huge amount of energy, which he could not afford. Therefore, he would faint midway every time. This was a self-protection mechanism. Therefore, he carefully avoided all the passers-by along the way. However, when he arrived at Floating Dragon's dock, without making contact with anyone, he suddenly had a foresight image and fainted. This was how he appeared on Floating Dragon and was coincidentally seen by Harrison. Han Xiao captured the key information from this and pondered. He awakened foresight. Maybe the mutation of his information form came from the sudden appearance of his foresight ability. I think it's possible, Aesop said with a deep voice. Foresight ability can be seen as the ability to sense, process, and deduce information. In the mouth of us foreseers, there are also names such as fate lines, causality lines, and so on. Because foresight ability requires a lot of fate lines to be tightly entangled with a lot of fate lines, it's not impossible for it to cause one's own information form to mutate. You've touched on my blind spot. Han Xiao was a little troubled. Old man, your prophecy said that I had interacted with him a long time ago. Does that mean that I solved the mutation disaster and saved his life? Based on Rhodis' experience, Han Xiao thought of this possibility. How would I know? Aesop shrugged helplessly. If the prophecy was so accurate, would I have been caught by you in the past? Han Xiao squeezed his fingers hesitantly. He did think of a way to figure out the other party's situation, which was to extract his combat information. However, he had to first make contact with this person. It seems like if a normal person wants to observe a high-dimensional information form lifeform, they have to be closely entangled with the other party's information. He seems to be able to come into contact with dead objects. So, it's not a real high-dimensional information form that's almost unsolvable. I can't see the clothes he's wearing, which means that the clothes have been assimilated. Maybe I can start from this. After thinking about it, Han Xiao took out a mechanical suit, connected it with mechanical force, and tried to touch Rhodey. However, the experiment failed. Rhodey passed through without any resistance. The mechanical suit that accepted the mechanical force connection maintained contact with Han Xiao, so he was unable to touch the other party. He deactivated the mechanical force connection and let Rhodey come into contact with it again, but it still failed. Artificial intelligences are also observers, Aesop reminded him. Han Xiao had no choice but to deactivate the artificial intelligences in the mechanical suit. After experimenting again and again, when the virtual connection was completely cut off, Rhodey finally successfully put on the mechanical suit. The next moment, the mechanical suit disappeared right in front of Han Xiao's eyes. Seeing this, Han Xiao tried to use mechanical force, virtual technology, and other means to find the existence of the mechanical suit, but it was to no avail. This mechanical suit disappeared into thin air just like that, also turned into a high-dimensional information form. Then, Han Xiao had Rhodey take off the mechanical suit, and the suit appeared on the ground out of thin air. After using all kinds of methods to test it, Han Xiao could not help but sigh. He's like an information black hole. I'm at my wit's end. Aesop had his hands on his hips, frowned, and said, is there really no other way? This thing can be called metaphysics or materialism, but it's too difficult to find a loophole. Han Xiao was a little helpless. Someone who could not observe Rhodey would not be able to create any information interaction. Combat was also a form of interaction. Even if Han Xiao hit him with a cannon, he might not be injured at all. Only when a neutral weapon that was not affected by any observer attacked him would he be fully injured. If not for the fact that this guy can't affect other non-observer lifeforms subjectively, he would be a terrifying infiltrator. Han Xiao clenched his teeth, looked at Harrison, and said, "Can you help me? Can you help me ask him what he wants me to do for him?" Harrison nodded, listened for a while, and repeated, "Your Excellency Blackstar, he's begging you. He hopes that you can help him get out of this state." As soon as he said that, Han Xiao's heart skipped a beat. A notification popped up on the interface. You have triggered the mission, Destiny's Child, Sub-Body Transformation. Mission Introduction. Rhodey Anchor, an ordinary person who worked hard, had a special mutation one day. He hopes that you can help him solve this problem. Mission requirements: resolve Rhodis mutation and find the source of the mutation. Rewards: X2 random rewards, plus 80 Rhodey favorability, X2 character summon cards. Before Han Xiao could take a closer look at the mission, a thin, weak, middle-aged man appeared in front of him, sitting on a chair and looking at him with a hopeful expression. It was the victim, Rhodey, who had appeared out of nowhere. It worked. Han Xiao was shocked. He did not have much hope, but he did not expect it to work. Being able to see Rhodey meant that there was an information entanglement between the two parties, and the source was definitely not just the other party's request. Han Xiao was sure that if the interface did not trigger the mission, even if he knew the other party's request, he would not have been able to see him. So, the interface became a bridge between the two parties, helping him complete the information entanglement. However, this was not what surprised Han Xiao the most. The reason was the name of the mission. Destiny's Child. Isn't that one of the trump cards of the Germinal organization in version 1.0? Although I've never seen it, I've gotten its character summon card before. How is this related to Destiny's Child? Wasn't that guy already dead? So, this is what Aesop meant by intersection. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and thousands of words surged in his mind, but they all converged into one sentence. Amazing. Chapter 1137. Godly Mechanic, Hospital Escort. Today's update will probably be a little late. Please wait for a moment. Once the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1138. All of a sudden, surprise and doubt filled his mind. Decades had passed, but Han Xiao still remembered it clearly. He used to think that Destiny's Child was just a simple foreseer who died in the nuclear explosion of the Germinal organization. However, it seemed that Destiny's Child was hiding more secrets. Not only did he reappear in the Blue Star, but he was also related to the information form. Originally, he thought that the Germinal organization was already at its limit having him, Hyla, and Aurora. Who would have thought that Destiny's Child, who had died so early, was also not that simple? It was truly a place full of hidden talents. Even if the Germinal organization leader suddenly revived and jumped in front of him one day, he probably would not be surprised anymore. Destiny's Child, what exactly is he? Han Xiao was shocked. He could not rest assured until he understood the truth. This time, Harrison's voice sounded in his ears. Army Commander? Han Xiao came back to his senses and realized that the three of them were staring at him. In their eyes, Black Star suddenly went into a daze. Aesop shook his head and thought that he understood why Han Xiao was silent. He explained, even the three universal civilizations only know a little about the information form theory and haven't been able to study it fully. I know this request might be a little difficult for you. Rhodey panicked and said with despair, then what should I do? If even His Excellency Black Star can't do it, who can save me? Good people, please help me convince His Excellency Black Star. I really don't have a way. Hearing that, Han Xiao waved his hand. Don't worry, I'll try to help you. That's great. Thank you, Black. Rhodey subconsciously thanked him, but halfway through, he was stunned. He stared at Han Xiao with his eyes wide open with shock and surprise. Aesop and Harrison were also shocked and looked at Han Xiao in surprise. Army Commander, you can see him? Yes, I can. But you clearly. Did you find a way? But you didn't do anything. Aesop was surprised. Han Xiao coughed dryly and said, a real high-dimensional information form lifeform can choose who observes them. It's possible that his strong will triggered the characteristics of his own information form and actively created an information entanglement with me. To put it simply, he subjectively moved me out of the blacklist. A question mark popped up above Harrison's head. His big eyes were filled with confusion. There was such a thing. Aesop thought about it and accepted this explanation. He muttered to himself, this makes sense. He may have inherited this trait, but he can't control it actively. However, he may be able to subconsciously influence it. Han Xiao looked at him with a smile and silently cheered for the old man in his heart. That's the feeling. Please continue to imagine and help me convince yourself. Like a drowning man grasping at the last straw, Rhodey put his hands on the table and trembled with excitement. Thank you so much, he said in a trembling voice. Thank you so much. You're really like what the news says. Not only are you a great man of Blue Star, but you're also a great man of the entire universe. You're too noble. To tell you the truth, in my 48 years of life, I only admire one person, and that's you. I've been looking up to you as a role model since I was young. You're the light in my life, the motivation to move forward, and the inspiration to grow up. After a series of compliments, Han Xiao could not help but smile appreciatively. He loved to hear such honest words. But soon, he put away his smile and waved his hand, signaling Luo Di to calm down. You don't have to be so grateful to me. To be honest, I'm only helping you because I'm interested in your mutation and want to study it. As for whether I can cure you, I can't guarantee. I understand. I have nothing else to repay you with. I'll do my best to cooperate with your research. Rodi nodded. Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction. There was no free lunch in the world. It was convenient for Rodi to know that. If Rodi were to ask for help and act like he was paranoid, Han Xiao might use a more forceful method and not cooperate unless he used violence. He stood up and walked around Luo Di, sizing him up from head to toe. Suddenly, he had a thought. That's right, I've already completed the information entanglement step with him. It should be fine to stab him now. With this thought, Han Xiao immediately took action. He raised his finger, and a nanoparticle was compressed and formed into a thin metal needle. He flipped his wrist and carefully stabbed it into Rodis' arm. The strength he used was similar to an ordinary person picking up an ant with their fingers, afraid that the ant would be crushed to death if they used too much strength. The thin needle retracted as soon as it touched him. Han Xiao immediately looked at the interface. As expected, damage was dealt. The combat information appeared, and Rodis attributes were displayed. The target was just an ordinary person. His interface was extremely clean, and all of his abilities were within the range of an ordinary person. There were only a few lines of words, which was completely different from the interface of a super. Only one anomaly caught Han Xiao's attention. First, Rodis' status bar maintained a special status, which was exactly the same as the mission name. Destiny's Child Subbody Transformation. The primal Esper ability entity Destiny's Child has set off an information form disturbance, randomly creating all kinds of subbodies in the entire universe. You are one of the chosen random numbers. A mutation will occur in your body. The characteristics of the information form will gradually appear in your body, and you will randomly be born with some of the related abilities of Destiny's Child. During the transformation process, not only will your body change, but your personality will also gradually change. When this process is over, you may lose most of your desires and emotions. You may lose your memories. You may believe in a false life experience. A brand new personality and a brand new self will be born in your body. Current transformation progress, 37. 1%. Han Xiao's eyes widened as he caught the key information. Destiny's Child is a primal Esper ability entity, randomly creating subbodies in the entire universe. This was a little unexpected. On the super high-risk Esper ability list, there was no Destiny's Child. In his previous life, the players also did not discover any related information. Could this be a primal Esper ability that had not been discovered or publicized? Looking at the introduction on the interface, Han Xiao's imagination ran wild. If Destiny's Child has such a mechanism, the one in the germinal organization in version 1.0 should only be a subbody and not a primal Esper ability entity. Rodi hasn't completely transformed yet. Once he becomes a complete Destiny's Child subbody, his personality will be replaced, and it might be another form of death. Han Xiao was deep in thought. Although he knew that the true face of Destiny's Child was a primal Esper ability entity, there were still many mysteries. Perhaps Ah Hun and Ah Sheng, who were also primal Esper ability entities, had information on this. Han Xiao told them to wait in the room while he went to another room, closed the door, opened the secondary dimensional army box, and took out the mysterious energy host. He also sent a long-distance message to Aurora and added the holy light particle into the chat channel. Black Star, why are you looking for us? Let's chat more. The primal chaos mysterious energy was very happy. He did not have a host and was almost bored to death in a metal carrier without a soul. I have something to ask you guys, Han Xiao said with a deep voice. Do you guys know a primal Esper ability entity called Destiny's Child? Considering the different names, Han Xiao specifically repeated some of the characteristics of Destiny's Child, which were all inferred from the information on the interface. Hearing this, The primal chaos mysterious energy and the holy light particle suddenly fell silent. After a while, they asked in confusion. This guy. I think I've seen him before. Strange, did I sleep too much? I vaguely remember that I know him, but I just can't remember. This feeling was like suddenly realizing that someone looked very familiar, but they just could not remember who he was. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and guessed, according to the intelligence, Destiny's Child has a lot to do with information forms. Maybe it's because of this that the two of you can't remember. The two of them tried their best to recall, hesitated, and said, maybe you're right. We can't remember any more information about it. We only remember that in our impression, there is a primal Esper ability entity that can switch between a physical form and a high-dimensional information form. It has the ability to predict the future and interfere with reality. Maybe this is the Destiny's Child you mentioned. It seems like I can't get any more information from them. Han Xiao's eyes moved, and he changed the topic. Then, do you guys know Soul Flame? It's also a primal Esper ability entity. I know this one. The primal chaos mysterious energy quickly answered, afraid that the holy light particle would take away the chance to talk. This guy comes and goes like a shadow. I haven't seen it many times. The last time I heard about it was during the exploration era. It seemed to have chosen a primordial one as its host and then disappeared for many years. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. According to Aesop's intelligence, Oathkeeper was very likely the host of Soul Flame. He might even be the primordial one that the primal chaos mysterious energy was talking about. As long as he knew his identity, he would be able to see through Oathkeeper's true identity. Do you still remember who that primordial one is? Han Xiao quickly asked. I only remember his nickname. I think it's Soul Emperor, which means Emperor of Souls. He's a powerful psychic Esper, but he seems to have died in battle. Wow. This nickname sounds like it's not to be messed with. Han Xiao noted it down and planned to ask for internal information from the dynasty when he returned to investigate the life of this Soul Emperor. As for something as mysterious as Destiny's Child, the dynasty might not have records of it. Since Destiny's Child is a primordial Esper ability entity, and the Holy Covenant is an expert on primordial Esper abilities, maybe it's not a bad choice to ask them. Han Xiao nodded and made up his mind. After completing the deal with the Holy Covenant, he would ask Oathkeeper about the origin of Destiny's Child. Maybe he could get some information from the Holy Covenant. Suddenly, he had a guess. Speaking of which, could Destiny's Child be in the hands of the Holy Covenant? I think there's a chance, but it's not high. Destiny's Child can create disturbances, so it should be free, not like it's being taken in. Why worry so much? I won't lose anything by asking anyway. Han Xiao curled his lips. As for whether Oathkeeper could accept it or not, I think his mental fortitude should be pretty strong. After asking all the questions, just as Han Xiao was about to turn off the communication, he suddenly thought of something and said to the holy light particle, "Oh, right. I'm going to cut off a small piece of your body and use it to make a deal with someone else. I'm letting you know so that you can be mentally prepared." The holy light particle's light cluster froze in midair. It was like a bolt out of the blue. The primal chaos mysterious energy was stunned for a moment before laughing out loud in Schadenfreude. Who told you to laugh at me? You can't escape the same fate, ha 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 ha. The holy light particle was speechless. So tired. I feel like I won't love again. P.S. I've chased this out. I still have to cook porridge and send it to the hospital later. I've cracked smiley face, Chapter 1139. Han Xiao digested the information for a while before opening the door and returning to the interrogation room. Aesop, Harrison, and Rhodey all looked at him. Your Excellency Blackstar, Rhodey wanted to ask, but Han Xiao raised his hand to stop him. I already know your basic situation. Follow me for the time being. I'll try my best to solve your problem. As for how to deal with Rhodey, Han Xiao thought for a while. The current Rhodey was only a semi-finished product. He had not completed the transformation and could not control his own abilities. Perhaps only after the complete transformation could he become the germinal organization's child of destiny and have a powerful gift of prediction. However, once the transformation was completed, Rhodey's personality would mutate and be replaced by a new personality, which was equivalent to death in a sense. A stable and controllable diviner was far more useful than this half-baked one who fainted from time to time. However, since he had accepted the mission, he could not sit back and watch the transformation go smoothly. Therefore, Han Xiao decided to do his best and find a way to stop Rhodey's transformation. If he could not stop it, he did not mind getting a new child of destiny. Given Rhodey's current state, it was necessary to control his range of action. Han Xiao specifically asked Philip to open a new private laboratory above the spaceship. He asked Harrison to bring Rhodey there, lock him in a nourishment chamber, and inject him with a hypnotic agent to facilitate research. Rhodey had no choice but to hold on to his only hope and cooperate. After the two of them left, only Han Xiao and Aesop were left in the room. They looked at each other. "I saw you go out for a while. Did you find something?" Aesop was curious. The source of this guy's mutation might be due to the influence of a special primal Esper ability. Han Xiao briefly explained some information about the Child of Destiny and his experience with the germinal organization. "Child of Destiny? Never heard of it," Aesop mumbled. "That's normal." "I don't know much either." Aesop coughed and said thoughtfully, "I don't know much about your past, but assuming that the Child of Destiny you met in the past was a random product of the primal arcana like Rhodey now, why would there be two spawns on planet Aquamarine? If it's really random in the universe, do you think there would be such a coincidence?" "What's this? I've seen even more coincidences." This thought flashed through Han Xiao's mind, but he didn't show it on his face. He echoed, "It is indeed a coincidence." According to this train of thought, since the mutation happened at the information form level, I feel that Blue Star might have something special in this regard, such as the condensation of a special fate line or something. I'm not talking nonsense. I've seen many people who were born with different fate lines. Halfway through his sentence, Aesop stopped and sized up Han Xiao thoughtfully. "That's right. The Blue Star produced someone like you and another beyond grade A, Hela. Your rise has caused the mother planet to become different. Perhaps this is the reason." Han Xiao wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He just patted Aesop's shoulder. "Smart people are so easy to fool. I didn't even have to use any force, and you've already convinced yourself. Thanks. If it weren't for your prophecy, I definitely wouldn't have discovered this." Jokes aside, Han Xiao was still quite grateful for Aesop's notice. "You don't have to thank me. Floating Dragon and Blue Star are neighbors now. I'm just ensuring the safety of the living environment. Furthermore, among the people I know, prophecies are the most effective in your hands. I believe in your ability and character." Aesop waved his hand. Hearing this, Han Xiao could not help but feel like he was dreaming. In the past, Han Xiao was quite envious of Aesop's powerful connections. However, as he gradually rose, he had unknowingly become the most important person Aesop knew. Whenever there was a problem, Aesop would be the first to discuss it with him, making him feel reliable. As he spoke, Aesop could not help but sigh. "I've lived for so long and can be considered to have seen a lot, but you're the most amazing person in my long life. I've never seen another person as miraculous as you. The first time I saw you, even though I felt that your future was limitless, I never thought that in just a few short decades, you would reach a height that countless people could only dream of. Perhaps history will forget me, but it will never forget you. We were just talking, why did you suddenly start bragging? It's quite embarrassing." Han Xiao laughed and had a don't stop expression on his face. "Maybe I'm really getting old, and I'm getting more and more emotional." Aesop sighed and sincerely said, "All these years, it's all thanks to you for helping Floating Dragon." Seeing this, Han Xiao also stopped smiling and slowly said, "My achievements can't be separated from Floating Dragon's nurturing. If not for AIM's protection, I wouldn't have been so successful. Therefore, there's no need to thank me. What I gave Floating Dragon is what I should give in return. Just like in business, it was easier to develop with a backer than to start from scratch. When he was still weak, Floating Dragon had been of great help to him. Therefore, Although his current position in the universe far exceeded floating dragons, he still maintained respect for floating dragons members, treated them as equals, and never stopped supporting them. Having the opportunity to support someone like you might be floating dragon's fortune. Aesop's expression was complicated. There was helplessness and relief. Ames is like my daughter, but you also know that all I can do is foresight. I don't have as much power as you guys. The current you can protect her better than I can. I've lived for many years, and I've never begged anyone, but today, I'm begging you to protect Ames. I'll leave her to you. I hope that even after hundreds or thousands of years, you can still remember what you said today. Then, he looked deeply at Han Xiao, pushed open the door, and walked out of the room. His slightly hunched back disappeared at the end of the corridor. Old man, Han Xiao watched as he left. He let out a sigh of relief. He understood Aesop's intention. Although Aesop was a long-lived species, he was old and did not have much combat power. Even if he knew how to foresee, there was a limit to what he could do. He was far from omnipotent. He had foreseen a storm that could happen in the future, and the disaster in the prophecy made him feel a long-lost worry. He was afraid that he did not have the ability to protect Ames, so he was willing to put down his face and privately ask Blackstar to be the protector of Floating Dragon. In Aesop's eyes, only Blackstar had the motivation and ability to protect Ames at the same time. This was the best candidate he could find. However, Ames would definitely not say these words, so Aesop knew that only he could say it, and he had to say it. This was why the old man changed his usual behavior and took the initiative to ask for cooperation. He was shocked by his own prophecy. This old man suppressed his nature of seeking excitement and stayed in a boring place like Floating Dragon for decades. Although Ames grounded him in name, if Aesop wanted to leave, he would definitely have a way to leave. Now, because he's worried about Ames' future, he put down his face and came to beg me. Time will tell. Han Xiao smiled. In his previous life, Ames destroyed Floating Dragon in order to take revenge. From the looks of it now, Aesop deserved such treatment. However, with Han Xiao here this time, he would not let Floating Dragon repeat the same mistake. After sorting out his emotions, Han Xiao returned to his office and summoned Philip. He still remembered to check the owner of Soul Flame, so he used his authority to retrieve the information of that primordial One Soul Emperor from the dynasty's database and quickly browsed through it. Soul Emperor's real name was Ruvel Sissok. He also had nicknames like Soul Monarch and Secret Spirit Master. He was also one of the primordial ones. Before he became the owner of Soul Flame, he was already a powerful beyond grade as psychic esper. This person was born in an advanced civilization and was a tyrant during the exploration era. At that time, the beyond grade as had just been born. Compared to other types of abilities, psychic esper abilities that had broken through the calamity level were more difficult to deal with. The soul barrier that had not been upgraded could not stop Soul Emperor. He could easily penetrate the shields and armor to kill or control the crew. Very soon, he made a name for himself in the exploration era war. After obtaining the Soul Flame, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. With his powerful personal abilities, he had conquered many cities for his own civilization and won many local battles. He had made great contributions countless times and received innumerable awards and honors. He was regarded as a hero and protector by the entire civilization. However, as the advanced civilizations began to focus on researching beyond grade as the short era where the primordial ones were unparalleled passed very quickly. The battles became more difficult, and beyond grade as started to die. Soul Emperor was no exception. Although his performance was still strong and he was still a powerful unit in the Galactic War, because he would be targeted every time he appeared, it was very difficult for him to play the same role as before. He could not rely on himself to change the situation of the war. Coupled with the fact that his civilization kept losing in other battlefronts, the overall strategy of the civilization was seriously affected. The advantageous situation was gradually eroded by the enemy. Therefore, Soul Emperor's combat style gradually became more aggressive. Sometimes, even if he was injured, he would still try to turn the situation around. Although it was not enough, one could see his vision and loyalty to contribute to the civilization. The primordial ones of the past were different from the current beyond grade, as many of them did not have the thought of being independent. In the Exploration Era War, the fate of an individual and the fate of a civilization were almost tied together. In the tireless battles, the turning point soon arrived. Soul Emperor's civilization and the many enemies used 2 star systems as the main battleground. They invested a huge amount of troops and started a decisive battle. Countless fleets tore at each other on one battlefront after another. The situation of the battle changed rapidly. At the most heated stage, this civilization had to make a choice. On one hand, Soul Emperor was targeted and was heavily surrounded. He was exhausted from the battle and urgently needed reinforcements. On the other hand, an extremely important battlefront was in danger and also needed reinforcements. If this battlefront collapsed, it would cause a chain reaction that could cause the entire battle to slide into the abyss of failure. On the other hand, if they defended this battlefront, they would gain a huge strategic advantage and have a much higher chance of winning. It was also because of this reason that the enemy was constantly sending reinforcements to this battlefront. Most of the troops of this civilization had already been invested in the battlefront, leaving only a small number of rapid reaction fleets that could attack. It was known that if the reinforcements were evenly distributed, there would be a chance of rescuing Soul Emperor, but they would definitely not be able to defend the important battlefront. This was when the choice came, how to distribute the troops, which side to focus on, and how to choose. For this civilization, this choice did not seem difficult at all. They gave up on Soul Emperor and chose to protect the overall situation, sending all the reinforcements to the important battlefront. The final result was just as they thought. They successfully defended the battlefront, revived the stalemate, and gradually defeated the enemy. In the end, they won this battle. Of course, the Spirit Emperor had sacrificed himself. The civilization claimed that the Spirit Emperor's sacrifice was the key to their victory. Therefore, the entire country mourned for him and worshipped him. They also hosted his funeral with the highest standard ceremony and awarded him the Valverde Jinta Medal, which represented the highest honor of the civilization. A monument to the Spirit Emperor was built on the mother planet to remember him. However, in the ever-changing Exploration Era War, there was no lack of enemies. The key victory of this civilization could not always be their protective talisman. In the end, this civilization did not become the winner of the Exploration Era and was destroyed by a stronger civilization. They were almost wiped out and became the losers of elimination. These were the general details of Soul Emperor's life. The file had already marked died in battle. It was a long time ago, and the Exploration Era was a time of war. The database of the 3 universal civilizations only had general information about Soul Emperor. There was no detailed information. As Soul Emperor's civilization perished, a lot of information about him was buried by history. After reading the information, Han Xiao fell into deep thought. He was already used to what happened to Soul Emperor and was only interested in the whereabouts of Soul Flame. Spirit Emperor is the last known owner of Soul Flame. Could this guy be Oathkeeper? Either Soul Emperor faked his death, or Oathkeeper was someone else who took Soul Flame from Soul Emperor. Therefore, there's a chance that he's one of the enemy beyond grade as who participated in that battle, but there's also a chance that he picked up some scraps. This time, Han Xiao suddenly thought of the primordial ones who were resurrected in his previous life. Soul Emperor did not seem to be among them. His eyes sparkled. Looks like the possibility of Soul Emperor faking his death is not small, Han Xiaoshan pondered. Many primordial ones were resurrected in his previous life. If he waited until the calamity of the supers appeared, he might be able to find someone who knew. However, at this time, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something and was stunned. Wait a minute. Someone who knew was not just the primordial ones who were resurrected by the Holy Covenant. The underworld dimension that Hela inherited seemed to have the primordial hero spirits as well. That's amazing. Han Xiao's eyes widened. Every sip and every peck, could it be predetermined? Or could it be that collecting the luck glow owners could really improve the overall luck of the universe? Recommended, The 3000 Immortals Who Are Older Than You Are. The title of this book gives off the feeling of being raised by a rich woman. I don't know if there's anyone who likes this book, but if you're interested, please read it. Chapter 1140. The Underworld Dimension has a lot of strong people from the exploration era. Not only the primordial ones, but there are also supers from various races. There are many calamity-grade supers, and they're all antiques. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. This group of people was not only useful as a combat force, but they were also witnesses of various periods of the exploration era. They were also reliable sources of first-hand information and knew many ancient secrets. Aurora can only create life shells for these hero spirits when she reaches the beyond Grade A realm. Speaking of which, the Underworld Dimension is a bit like the indestructible Mecha Empire. Although I can't summon the Underworld now, it shouldn't be a problem to communicate with their souls. I wonder how much of the Underworld Hela has recovered. Han Xiao still remembered that he had an Underworld Dimension mission. When the Underworld was fully recovered, he would receive Oniselu's gratitude and a mark of the Underworld, becoming the third authority dog after the two sisters. I'll find a time to ask Hela and see if I'm right. Now that Hela had gone to the secondary dimensions, communication was not convenient. However, she should be back at the next Beyond Grade A meeting, so Han Xiao planned to ask her then. It was not long before the next meeting of the Development Union, so he did not need to go to the secondary dimensions to look for her. Soul Emperor faked his death, and he suspected that this was Oathkeeper's true identity. He had not decided if he should test him the next time they met. Beep beep. This time, Harrison sent a message, saying that Rhodey had been properly settled. Got it. Han Xiaoxin was quite happy. My intuition was right. This time, I did have a pleasant surprise when I returned to Blue Star. I discovered the secret of Destiny's Child, obtained a half-transformed subbody, and even obtained some key information from Aesop. However, Aesop's prophecy also made him feel pressured. It was as if he could see that a storm was brewing in the future. The higher the level of contact, the more secrets he knew, the more he could feel the turmoil and chaos hidden under the stable and prosperous surface of the explored universe. Han Xiao crossed his hands over his nose and pondered. I have to find a way to find out how the Red Empire's research on the World Tree Civilization's wormhole coordinates is going. After spending a few days as a guest on Floating Dragon Island and paying a visit to Bennett, Han Xiao took the fleet and set off again, heading toward the flickering world. On the dock, Ames stood at the edge of the track. The exhaust flames spurting out from the spaceship thrusters made her black dress dance in the wind like a rolling black fog. She led the Floating Dragon officers and watched as the Black Star fleet left the spaceport in an orderly formation. She slowly accelerated, turned into streams of light, and disappeared into the depths of space, out of sight. He left again. Ames retracted her gaze and exhaled softly. She lowered her head and looked at the data storage device in her hand. This was a gift from Han Xiao before he left. It stored an ultimate Esper knowledge. She turned around and saw that Jenny's face was ashen. She was clutching a tube of medicine in her hand, which was also a gift from Han Xiao. Why do you look so pale? What did he give you? Ames was curious. Nothing. Jenny's facial muscles tightened, and she revealed a ferocious smile. She hid the hair growth magic potion behind her back. Aesop stroked his beard, smiled, and said, Black Star gave me a gift as well. I'm starting to like him more and more. Beside him, 8 fist-sized floating weapons danced in the air. This was a product that Han Xiao had personally created. It was called Explorer Multipurpose Life Protection Array. It had a full set of functions such as combat, defense, enhancement, life support, concealment, healing, hyperdrive, radiation shielding, and harsh environment isolation. It was especially suitable for solo explorers. With such a set of equipment, it was equivalent to having a guard team, a logistics team, and a galactic vehicle with them. Even an ordinary person would be able to survive in a Grade B environment for a long time. They would also be able to resist a calamity-grade super for a short while and have a chance to escape unscathed. As long as it was used properly, this set of equipment was enough to wipe out an ordinary surface civilization. It was not cheap, and the effect was very strong. Han Xiao had given Aesop 10 sets. Ames blinked and suddenly said, I heard that you privately asked Blackstar to protect me. Aesop was stunned. He grabbed his beard and said, "Who told you that? Who else could it be?" Ames raised her brows. "TSK, Blackstar, this guy doesn't know how to keep it a secret for me." Aesop had a headache and nodded helplessly. "There is such a thing. I foresee that the era will change drastically. My ability is limited. Only Blackstar has the ability." Before he finished, Ames interrupted him and said with a slightly heavier tone, "I'm a beyond grade A, and I can protect myself. Next time, before you consider for me, discuss it with me first. I don't like others making decisions for me." All right, consider it my wishful thinking." Aesop raised his hands, indicating that he did not want to argue. Seeing this, Ames nodded. She suddenly paused, smiled, and said softly, "However, I still have to thank you. But thank you anyway. I appreciate your kindness." She knew that Han Xiao took the initiative to say this because he did not want Aesop's intentions to be unknown. Furthermore, this matter could only be said by Han Xiao. It was impossible for Aesop to take the initiative to ask Ames for the credit. He was not such a person. Aesop also understood Han Xiao's intentions. His complaints immediately disappeared, and he felt a little touched. His impression of Han Xiao went up a level. Blackstar actually considered my relationship with Ames. As expected of a talent who built such a huge foundation. This guy has life in his eyes. The fleet traveled for 10 days and finally entered the flickering world through a fast military stargate. On this day, the Beyond Grade A Association held a new round of regular meetings. A group of mechanics had missed many meetings because they stayed in the sealed ancient star desert to deal with the intelligent plague. Only now did Han Xiao and the others return. Development Union Headquarters, Planet Finn, Council Building. Han Xiao's remote projection landed outside the venue. He was wearing the army commander's black robe with golden edges. His muscular body made the robe look majestic. There was still some time before the official meeting, so not everyone had arrived. The remote projections gathered in 2s and 3s outside the venue, chatting casually. One of the original intentions of the Development Union was to build a platform for all the Beyond Grade as to facilitate communication. Other than the official meeting, private communication was equally important. As soon as he appeared, the venue fell silent. Everyone looked over with different gazes, and the atmosphere was a little strange. At this time, the old dragon Milizors led some of the dynasty's allies over and shouted loudly, "Yo, Blackstar, you're finally back." Han Xiao turned around, smiled, and greeted Bioni, Yin Ying, and the rest of his acquaintances. After exchanging greetings, Milizors praised, "What you did in the ancient star desert really impressed me. It's a pity that I'm not a mechanic and couldn't witness it with my own eyes." "That's right. It's such a pity that we couldn't participate in such a historic moment." Vairu had a regretful expression. "If I was there, you wouldn't have fought alone. I would have definitely had a part in fighting Manison," Bioni said. Lotus Swordsman did not show any mercy and coldly said, "Forget it. If you were there, you would have been the first to die. You would have been a burden just like Cola." "Cola? Why do you have to drag me into this? I didn't even say anything. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Keep a low profile." Hearing everyone's praises, Han Xiao waved his hands humbly. The aftermath of destroying the virus core made many allies see that Blackstar's position had risen again, and he had gained more trust from the 3 universal civilizations. Thus, they all came to support him. This time, Milizors looked around and said in a low voice, "Everyone thinks that you and Manison have fallen out. The president and the vice president don't see eye to eye, so there will definitely be different paths. The atmosphere in the association is very sensitive right now. No wonder everyone looked at me strangely just now." Han Xiao smiled and was not surprised. "Today is the first time you and Manison have attended a meeting together after falling out, so most people are watching and waiting to see a good show." Han Xiao shook his head and said, "Don't worry. The purpose of the Development Union is to mediate the conflicts between Beyond Grade As. Manison won't openly go against the rules, or else the foundation of the association will be damaged. This is something he can't accept. Thus, he has to put on an act. At most, he'll make things difficult for me verbally, but it's impossible for him to use the association's power to cause trouble. As for me, I don't need to provoke him. After all, I've even taken away the foundation of the Mecha Empire. It's not like I'm the one at a disadvantage. Han Xiaoshan chuckled and did not say the second half of his sentence. Milizors did not deny it and slowly said, "Yes, that's for the best. Don't provoke him." In fact, after Manison revealed his intentions, there aren't many people in the association who support him anymore. His actions this time are too risky, and many people don't agree with it. Once he succeeds, we'll all be implicated by him and be bound by a certain standpoint. Thus, there are many people who are resentful toward Manison. On the contrary, there are many beyond Grade A members who support your actions. Most of them use the development union to form a group, hoping to obtain higher security and more benefits. However, to go against the 3 universal civilizations because of this, that's too unrealistic. Not many people are willing to take such a risk. Thus, you stopped Manison and established a closer relationship with the 3 universal civilizations. Many people are grateful to you, agree with you, and spontaneously stand on your side. Hearing this, Han Xiao looked around and exchanged glances with the members around him. He saw the goodwill in many people's eyes. As expected. Han Xiao responded. He had already thought through these twists and turns before. At this moment, a shout filled with anger suddenly sounded from the side. "Black Star, you're such a bastard." Everyone looked over curiously and saw Secret Master walking over with large strides. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he looked like he was blaming Han Xiao. "What did I do to you?" Han Xiao was confused. "You're still playing dumb." Secret Master was furious. "You attacked my black market forces in the ancient star desert while the starfield was sealed. I was following orders to prevent the virus from leaking." Han Xiao blinked. "Guess if I believe you or not." Secret Master's face was ashen. After the 3 universal civilizations removed the seal, he realized that his forces in the ancient star desert had been messed up by Han Xiao. He almost vomited blood. This feeling was like someone had come to his house to cause trouble and even locked the door. As the victim, he only realized it after his house was ransacked. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. "You've really misunderstood me," Han Xiao said confidently. "The 3 universal civilizations wanted me to control the black market channels and prevent the virus from spreading on a large scale. Desperate times call for desperate measures, so I had no choice but to use a thunderous method. Furthermore, now that the intelligent plague has been dealt with, I've already left. It was the 3 universal civilizations who tried to continue controlling the black market in the ancient star desert. For the safety of the universe, I took the initiative to take on such an offensive job. Even if I didn't do it, someone else would. Don't you think so? The thickest thing I've ever seen is your face." Secret Master clenched his teeth, full of resentment. He did not really want to blame Han Xiao. He knew that the 3 universal civilizations would not compromise in the face of a disaster. He could only blame himself for being unlucky. The location of the virus outbreak just had to be the ancient star desert. Secret Master also realized that ever since he interacted with Black Star, it was as if he had been tainted with bad luck. "I better stay away from Black Star in the future, lest he implicates me when he gets struck by lightning." Just as everyone was chatting, another remote projection descended. It was Manison, who was in the middle of a storm. Buzz. All of a sudden, the entire place fell silent. Everyone's gazes gathered, shifting between Manison and Han Xiao. Their eyes were filled with all kinds of emotions. The only thing these gazes had in common was the playfulness and mockery of watching a good show. Manison turned around, looking straight into Han Xiao's eyes calmly. Their gazes collided in midair. Manison's face was calm, as if the conflict between the two of them had never happened. He slowly said, "We meet again, Black Star. What a coincidence, Mecha Empire. I thought you would be so ashamed that you would be absent today." Han Xiao chuckled and teased. At this moment, he felt like he was more of a villain than Manison. On the side, Milizors rubbed the dragon horns on his head in confusion. Didn't we agree not to provoke the Mecha Empire? Did you treat my words like farts? P.S. I've been a little busy recently. Continue to promote my book, Daddy Nanny's Otherworld Restaurant. Author, Light Words of Jianghu. Very good results. Introduction. Here, elves and dwarfs have to share tables, orcs are forbidden from making noise, dragons can only sit in the small square in front of the restaurant, and demons even have to bring their own special stools. However, such a strange restaurant has a long line in front of the door every day. Elves eat skewers without caring about their manners, dragons sit in front of the hot pot with a colander, and demons eat cute dumplings. Chapter 1141. Manison was not angry. He sized Han Xiao up and nodded. You're quite humorous. I'm the president of the development union. Even if you're absent, I won't be absent. What you're doing as the president is not right. Everyone supports you, not for you to gamble with everyone's interests. Han Xiao stood with his arms crossed and clicked his tongue. Previously, Han Xiao had praised the old dragon to the skies, but the moment they met, he had completely thrown away the idea of not provoking the Mecha Empire. Now, whenever he saw Manison, he would want to stroke the tiger's whiskers. Knowing the attitude of the association, he deliberately squeezed Manison to provoke dissatisfaction in the hearts of many people present. The results were great, and many people looked at Manison with even more unfriendly eyes. They were all big shots, and no one was willing to let others make decisions for them. The two of them had already drawn a clear line and resumed their competitive relationship. Damaging the other's reputation was secondary, and the main point was his own bad taste. Sigh, it seemed like it was the other way around. Radiance's allies present were the most embarrassed. Now, Manison was still Radiance's ally in name, but they could not and did not want to speak from the standpoint of the Mecha Empire. Those who supported Manison before were more or less unnatural now. Manison ignored the gazes of the people around him and calmly said, "Through this incident, I've seen through you. Our original intention of establishing the association was to gain more speaking rights and not be controlled by the advanced civilizations. However, although you say you're thinking for the beyond grade you're actually just a lackey of the three universal civilizations. Everything I've done is for the sake of the beyond grade of course, it's impossible not to take the risk. Unfortunately, you want to please the three universal civilizations, but you don't want to lose your reputation and credibility among the beyond grade so you chose to destroy our hope. In my eyes, it's just a selfish act of speculation. I won't have any more hope for you. Yo, who would have thought that the insufferably arrogant Mecha Empire would have moments of sophistry? As expected of someone who has lived long enough to know so much. Even your posture of twisting the truth is so proficient. Han Xiao did not take it seriously and said, "Unfortunately, justice is in the hearts of the people. Your slander of me is not valid. What the truth is, everyone has their own opinion. As the vice president, I have the obligation to stop you from leading everyone to the dark side. Heh. Do you really think you're a hero just because you put on the public opinion that the three universal civilizations created for you? You're speaking eloquently now, but I'm very curious. Will you have the face to attend the award ceremony for the entire universe in a while? Why not? If not for me, would the three universal civilizations have discovered the virus so early? How could they develop an antivirus program so quickly? Without me, the intelligent plague would still be spreading. In terms of contributions, I'm not much less than you, but the three universal civilizations didn't mention it at all. Their intentions are obvious. As soon as the conversation started, the two of them were at each other's throats. They're arguing. The beyond grade watched from the side excitedly, wishing they could bring a small stool over to sit and watch the show. After a few words, Manison looked around and coldly said, "I'm not here today to quarrel with you today. The purpose of the association is to mediate the conflicts between beyond grade as the president, I need to set an example, so you can rest assured. Although we have our differences, I won't do anything to you. You make it sound so nice, but I think you're too busy dealing with the suppression of the 3 universal civilizations to continue provoking a strong enemy like me, Han Xiao joked. Man Ison narrowed his eyes and slowly said, You seem to have taken the result of a tie seriously. As for what exactly happened, we both know very well in our hearts, but you seem to have an illusion. Do you really think you're on par with me? That's the truth, not an illusion. Han Xiao chuckled and eagerly said, If you're not convinced, I'll entertain you anytime. So far, he had drawn quite a lot of good things from Man Ison, even his core exclusive talents. He had already tasted the sweetness of it and wished he could do it a few more times with Man Ison. The purpose of the development union is to mediate the conflicts between beyond grade as. I won't lower myself to your level. Man Ison was expressionless. He turned around and walked into the venue, too lazy to chat with Han Xiao anymore. Seeing this, Han Xiao secretly curled his lips. Old Man Ison really knows how to endure. If it was in the past, if I provoked him like this, he would definitely come over with a 40-kilometer-long machete to have a heart-to-heart talk with me. However, the Mecha Empire should be feeling very depressed. They clearly felt that they could defeat me, but they were forced into a tie by the 3 universal civilizations. They even had to patiently wait for the opportunity to get back at me, watching their prestige weaken. Not only did I obtain his core exclusive talent, but I also secretly obtained the incomplete map of the domino virus technology that he had been longing for. I even drew a new ability to restrain him. However, in Manison's heart, my combat strength is still the same as it was when we fought. If I fight with Old Man Ison again, I'll definitely give him a surprise. While Han Xiao was secretly laughing, Kasui walked over and said, It's been a long time since I saw you lose. I haven't seen Man Ison suffer in a long time. You're one of the few guys who can make him suffer. Han Xiao turned to look at him and said in surprise, I thought you had a good relationship with Man Ison, but you seem to be quite happy. Kasui narrowed his eyes and smiled. Hee, don't misunderstand. Man Ison and I have known each other for many years. We're indeed good friends, but he's him, and I'm me. To be honest, I don't agree with his actions either. Even if you didn't stop him, I would have drawn a clear line with him after this. Han Xiao nodded. I just happened to be there. If not for this, the Mecha Empire and I might still be friends. Unfortunately, we walk different paths. I only hope this matter doesn't affect our friendship. Don't worry, the conflict between you and him won't affect our relationship. I don't mind the difference in ideals, because everyone has something they want. However, although Manison's actions are criticized, he's right about one thing. The 3 universal civilizations are only using you to attack him. When the day comes when he's no longer useful, maybe what he has today will be your tomorrow. I know what I'm doing. You don't have to worry about this. While the 2 of them were talking, a third voice interrupted them with a faint smile on his face. So, when you're being used by an advanced civilization, you have to realize the benefits as soon as possible. This is my experience. The 2 of them turned around and saw that Sorokin had also come over. With his signature fake smile, he joined the conversation and gave a simple salute to the 2 shareholders. Oh, it's you. Han Xiao glanced at him. What do you have in mind? Your Excellency Blackstar must be joking. I'm just an ordinary beyond grade A. How can I participate in such a topic? I don't have any good ideas. I'm just giving some suggestions from the perspective of a businessman, hoping to provide Your Excellency Blackstar with some inspiration to deal with the current situation, Sorokin said enthusiastically. Humph, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Han Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and pretended to size him up. You don't look like you're just here for a chat. Is there something wrong? Haha, nothing can be hidden from Your Excellency Blackstar's eyes. Sorokin smiled. I hope to discuss cooperation with you. Han Xiao only understood what Sorokin meant after listening to him. He secretly sighed at how shameless this person was. He had become the special consultant of the 3 universal civilizations and had the support of the 3 civilizations. Sorokin saw a business opportunity and wanted to look for him, this shareholder, to have a deeper cooperation. This shareholder position was forced by Han Xiao. Sorokin was originally unwilling, but seeing that there was profit to be gained, he did not hesitate to put down his pride and shamelessly came to discuss cooperation. Furthermore, the grudge between the two of them had not been settled yet he could act as if nothing had happened. His face had probably already left home on a spaceship. In the past few months, Han Xiao had been busy dealing with the intelligent plague, while Sorokin had been dealing with the dissatisfaction of the three universal civilizations. He had put in a lot of effort and finally settled the impact of the matter. Not only that, Sorokin had also shown that he was in line with the three universal civilizations' position through some fancy operations. He had also acted as a broker, sucking up to some of the officials with real power in radiance and ethereal. He had also used his seat as a director in the association to form new interests. Han Xiao suddenly thought of something. By the way, Manison is also a shareholder of the Wireless Financial Group. What he does should affect you, right? Can the three universal civilizations allow him to continue being a shareholder of the financial group? It does affect me, but that won't stop me from continuing to work with him. The regular dividends won't be stopped either. The three universal civilizations allow it. First, I'm a private and legal financial group, so I have the right to freely appoint personnel. Second, Sorokin smiled and did not say anything, throwing a you-know-what-I-mean look at him. Han Xiao immediately understood. No wonder the three universal civilizations did not mind the cooperation between them. They were using the Limitless Financial Group as a channel to obtain information about the activities of the Mecha Empire. This was one of the conditions that Sorokin had to suck up to the three universal civilizations. Naturally, he did not want to work with Sorokin too deeply, so he gave a perfunctory answer to Sorokin's coaxing and pestering. After chatting for a while, it was finally time for the meeting. They entered the venue one after another, found their seats, and sat down. Han Xiao did not argue with Manison anymore. The two of them held the meeting according to the topics they had decided on, dealing with the matters one by one like normal meetings. However, although the two of them were doing their own things, the atmosphere in the venue was still strange. After the incident outside the venue, most people had a knot in their hearts, and it was difficult for them to return to normal. Very soon, it was time for the last topic. Manison looked around and said with a deep voice, "Because of the sudden outbreak of the intelligent plague, the battle between the three universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance was delayed for more than half a year. Now that the disaster has been resolved, the two sides will start fighting very soon. The Beyond Grade A Association needs to choose a side. As you all know, the three universal civilizations have been keeping the ultimate knowledge a secret. Their condition is for us to deal with the Supercluster Alliance. I don't plan to agree, so I suggest we stick to our original position and stay out of it, not participating in the battle between the advanced civilizations." Everyone nodded. Although they were dissatisfied with Manison, this was the consensus of most people, so there was no problem with it. As for the direct members of the three universal civilizations, they usually would not express their opinions at such times. After all, there was no point in doing so. However, this time, Manison turned to look at Han Xiao and suddenly said, "Vice President, what do you think?" Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he pondered. He realized the intentions of the Mecha Empire. He was now at the center of public opinion. The three universal civilizations had put him on a pedestal, hoping that he would become their spokesperson in the development union. Not only did they want him to compete with Manison, but they also wanted him to speak up for them in the association. However, one of the original intentions of the association was to help the Beyond Grade as break free from the camp restrictions set by the advanced civilizations and not be used as tools to kill each other. On this issue, Han Xiao realized that there would be negative effects no matter which side he chose. Sticking to the consensus of everyone was not a problem on the association's side. Although the three universal civilizations were not surprised, they would more or less feel disappointed, which would affect their support. The other allies could choose this way because they were the majority, but his identity was the role model. The same action would have different effects. If he spoke up for the three universal civilizations and instigated everyone to deal with the supercluster alliance together, the result would be worse. He would appear to be completely on the side of the three universal civilizations and really become the lackey of the Mecha Empire, which would definitely cause dissatisfaction. Furthermore, the path he represented would change because of this. It would no longer be a peaceful coexistence but a fawning relationship. It would go against the original intention and return to the original path. Han Xiao looked up and saw that everyone's eyes, including the direct members of the three universal civilizations, were focused on him. They clearly understood this and were waiting for his response. Manison's question wasn't a ploy. It was just an honest attempt to borrow the enemy's strength. Of course, I agree with everyone's consensus. This is the reason we're gathered together. However, I want to deal with one of the supercluster civilizations, so I have some personal grudges. Han Xiao spoke calmly. He was very realistic, so he naturally would not stand on the wrong side at a time like this. When the three universal civilizations publicly supported him, Han Xiao knew that he would encounter this hurdle sooner or later. He had to be tested by the other beyond grade as to ensure that he did not change his mind. Hearing his answer, everyone looked away with satisfaction. After discussing business, the regular meeting ended, and the beyond grade as went offline one after another. Han Xiao did not leave immediately. He pulled Hela, who had been watching from the side, and found a room to close the door. "You're back." Hela sized Han Xiao up. "You seem to have lost weight. I should be the one saying that to you. How's the underworld?" Han Xiao smiled. "It's already stabilized and is slowly recovering. By the way, I have something to tell you. It's about the underworld." "What a coincidence. I also have something to ask you about the underworld, but you go first." Hela nodded. "All right, have you heard of the sanctum?" Han Xiao was shocked and subconsciously covered his heart. At this moment, he suddenly understood how Oathkeeper felt. Author's note: another year is about to pass. There will be a double event at the end of the year. Chapter 1142. Where did you find out about the sanctums? Han Xiao was surprised. "The underworld told me," Hela briefly repeated Oniselu's words. Seeing Han Xiao's reaction, she could not help but snort. "So, you already knew about the sanctums, but you didn't tell me." "Ahem, that's because I didn't know everything. I was still investigating in private." Han Xiao coughed dryly, his brain working quickly. Hela's news gave him a pleasant surprise. He originally only wanted to ask about Soul Emperor from the underworld hero spirits, but he did not expect to get new information about the sanctums. According to Hela, someone had invited the two sisters to participate in the operation against the sanctums. This meant that some primordial ones had more information about the sanctums, but the two sisters did not participate. Later on, for some reason, there seemed to be a gap in the information about the sanctums, and fewer people knew about it. Furthermore, Han Xiao also learned an important piece of information from Hela, which was that one of the functions of the sanctums was to revive the dead. This was the first function of the sanctums that he knew, and he finally uncovered a corner of the mystery. Holy Covenant Organization, revived primordial ones, sanctums. Han Xiaoshan finally felt that there was a thread that connected everything. No wonder Oathkeeper behaved like that. He did not connect the two before because he did not know the specific functions of the sanctums. Now, he finally had a clearer understanding of the Holy Covenant Organization, no longer limited to superficial knowledge. One of the rewards of my Primal Esper Ability Collector milestone mission is the third Sanctum Ability Fragment. The two are somehow related, so the real goal of the Holy Covenant Organization to collect Primal Esper abilities is to open the sanctums and revive the strong. Han Xiao thought. Seeing that Han Xiao was deep in thought, Hela frowned and asked, "Is this information useful to you?" "Yes, very useful." Han Xiao came back to his senses and said with relief, "Actually, I've been secretly investigating the sanctums. You've helped me a lot this time." "Well done. As long as it helps you." Hela loosened her brows, nodded slightly, and asked, "Then what did you want to talk to me about?" "Haha, coincidentally, I also want to ask the underworld heroic spirits for information. Now, I have one more question to ask. Do you need me to awaken the heroic spirit immediately? Will this affect your development? As long as you need it, I don't care. Hela didn't hesitate at all. What are you saying? The underworld is your inheritance. Don't just think about me. Han Xiao shook his head and said helplessly, let's not be in a hurry. Let's wait until you restore the underworld. Now, Hela was like a jungler. He had the advantage in the lane. Han Xiao did not intend to delay Hela's development. It would not be too late to call for help when needed. It's up to you. In short, just let me know when you need me. I'll help you at any time, Hela said faintly. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Han Xiao nodded, changed the topic, and said with a smile, by the way, I brought you a gift this time. You should like it. Hela's eyes sparkled. What is it? I've reached an agreement with the 3 universal civilizations. I can exchange 3 Esper ultimate knowledges for you. I've brought you one this time. I'll get Philip to send it to you later. Okay. Hela's lips curled up, revealing a slight smile. She was very satisfied with this gift, and she was even more satisfied that Han Xiao remembered her performance when he went on a business trip. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao went offline. Deactivating the remote projection, his vision returned to his original body, which was in the command room of the flagship. At this time, the fleet was advancing in the Dawn Star Cluster. It was estimated that they would arrive at the edge of the Garu Star Cluster in a few days and return to the Army's territory from planet Black Gate. Standing by the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Han Xiao looked at the starlight outside and recalled the situation during the meeting. Manason's risky move has caused him to lose the support of the association, and his connections have been affected. If nothing goes wrong, it'll be very difficult for him to be re-elected as the president in the election 50 years later. However, Old Man Ison isn't the type to sit still and wait for death. He's busy dealing with the suppression of the 3 universal civilizations, but he won't be passive all the time. He'll definitely come up with other plans to improve his situation. With his philosophy, it's impossible for him to admit his mistake and return to the embrace of the Radiance. That will only cause suspicion, and he can't return to the past. He'll probably return to being an independent faction like in my previous life, but this time, it won't be limited to the calamity of the Super's version. He'll be completely marginalized. Even if he doesn't cancel the alliance on paper, the 3 universal civilizations won't be able to put him in an important position anymore. Han Xiao thought to himself. Manason's risky move had caused him to lose his backer. However, he was his backer, so he had the confidence to do so. If he had not taken the initiative to reveal the core of the virus to the 3 universal civilizations in order to reduce the damage caused by the disaster, Man Ison would not have taken the risk and would still be a comfortable ally. With this thought in mind, Han Xiao opened the interface and looked at Key of Adeptus Mechanicus. The impact of their fight was obvious. As the machinery believers on Planet Magnetic Cloud vigorously spread the news of him being on par with Man Ison spread widely within the machinery faith, shaking a small portion of Manason's faith and attracting a new batch of believers for himself. After this period of time, the bonuses of Key of Adeptus Mechanicus had increased by quite a bit. The range of bonuses of this talent was very comprehensive, basically covering all aspects of the machinery ability. Currently, his machinery affinity had increased by around 600%. Other than luck, all his other attributes had increased by a few hundred points. At the same time, according to the inclination of his believers, his machinery ability in the armed, virtual, and many other fields had also received targeted bonuses. Other than that, his efficiency in manufacturing, repairing, and strengthening had also increased. The efficiency of different types of machinery in his hands had also increased. There were many aspects of this talent, and the range of bonuses was so comprehensive. The range of bonuses was still increasing as the number of believers increased. Han Xiao did not know if there would be an end to it. My personal bonuses are secondary. Han Xiao's eyes moved, and he chuckled. The increase in his Key of Adeptus Mechanicus meant that he had taken away a portion of the Mecha Empire's believers, causing the effect of Manason's talent to decrease. The longer I get, the shorter Manison gets. As this went on, the gap between Manison and everyone else gradually narrowed. I might not be the most profitable, but Manison is definitely the one who suffers the most losses. After a few days of sailing, Han Xiao finally led his fleet to the entrance of the army's territory, planet Black Gate. He planned to rest there for half a day before heading to the Black Star Cup. During the time that he was not around, the construction of the army's territory had progressed steadily, and the Black Star Cup had started smoothly. The members who had been eliminated in advance had returned to their posts, and the players who had been eliminated had returned to the fourth phase of the flickering world to continue occupying strongholds. Everything was in order. Now that most of the Black Star Cup matches had ended, there were only two important matches left. They were the Calamity Group's individual matches and the Player Group's four-way team matches. The former two contestants were the elite Black Star Guards under Han Xiao. One was the old bootlicker Hardaway, and the other was the new bootlicker Jotina. Both of them had the strength of a beyond grade A seed and stood out among the many calamity grades in the army. Not counting Han Xiao and Hela, these two were already publicly recognized as the strongest in the army. Originally, Lagi and Lathair both had the ability to compete for the position of Chief Calamity grade under the army, but Lagi chose to give up during the audition. Due to his position, it was not convenient for Lathair to appear in public and did not participate in the Black Star Cup. As for the other calamity grades, none of them were a match for Hardaway and Jotina. Even Fu Ding and Nero, who had the luck glow, were the same. Luck was not enough to make up for the difference in strength. As for the players, they were Frenzied Swords Rivervale Battle Team, King Admiral's Dynasty Battle Team, Rainy Kim's Thunderstorm Battle Team, and a group of solo players. Of the four biggest clubs in China, only one had made it to the finals. As the Black Star Cup was more flexible, it was much more random and dramatic than the official league. Usually, in a four-way battle, the biggest clubs would always be attacked by the other three. Thus, Long Sky, Temple of God, and Fried Eggplants with Fish were all defeated and taught a lesson by their passionate fans. At this moment, the fleet stopped at the public dock of Planet Black Gate. As soon as Han Xiao got off the spaceship, he saw Sylvia welcoming him at the dock. There was a cordon around them, and many curious passers-by were watching from the outside. There was no lack of army warriors and players among them. Not only that, there were even couplets above their heads. On the left was Iron Shoulders Carry Righteousness, and on the right was Compassion plays the role of the common people. What the F***ck? Han Xiao was dumbfounded. He returned to the cabin, closed the door, and opened it again to make sure that he was not hallucinating. Did I open the door the wrong way? Just as he was in a daze, Sylvia walked up to him and bowed solemnly with a group of officers. She shouted the slogan loudly, as if she was afraid that no one could hear her. "Welcome back, Army Commander." Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He did not need to ask to know that this was definitely Sylvia's doing. It did not matter if others praised him, but it was too embarrassing for his subordinates to praise themselves. Furthermore, this was a public place, so he felt like he had turned into a celestial being. Why is there such a scene again? Han Xiao pulled Sylvia over and whispered into her ear, speechless. This is an essential welcome ceremony. Letting the entire army know that you have returned after your meritorious service will strengthen the members' sense of identity, Sylvia said seriously, but the crazy upturned corners of her mouth betrayed her inner thoughts. Han Xiao was a little annoyed. He quickly pulled Sylvia toward the dock exit and changed the topic. The Black Star Cup is finally coming to an end. How's the preparation for the closing ceremony? Now that they were talking about business, Sylvia stopped smiling and said, "It's all arranged. When the time comes, we'll need you to give a speech and personally commend the winners of each event." So many events. How many people will that take? Sylvia rolled her eyes. You asked for it, hero. All right, I'll be there when the time comes. Han Xiao had no choice. Also, I suggest that you watch the last two matches in person. Since you're back, it's best that you attend the finals and show the importance you place on the competition. Anyway, it's not like we're in a rush. We'll do it together. The group hurriedly left the dock. In the crowd, a group of players stretched their necks to look at Han Xiao's back. Many people around recognized them. This group of people was the gold team that had entered the Black Star Cup Immortal Four-Way Battle Royal. They were a group of solo experts, and because of their dazzling performance in the Black Star Cup, they had attracted many fans. After sending Han Xiao off with their eyes, the members of the gold battle team looked at the mechanic in the middle. We really met Black Star here. How is it? Has the character summon card been generated? What ability did you engrave? Everyone asked at once. They had gathered here today to let a mechanic with a blank character summon card engrave Black Star's ability to obtain a trump card for the finals. Because beyond grade as were very elusive, they had originally planned to engrave a Calamity grade super. However, their army commander had coincidentally returned, and no one was more suitable than Black Star to be the target of a blank character summon card. Don't worry, it's still being generated. This mechanic opened the team display function on the interface and stared at the interface nervously with everyone else. After waiting for 2 or 3 seconds, a notification finally popped up on the interface. Everyone's spirits were lifted, and they hurriedly looked over. You have received Character Summon Card, Black Star. Character Summon Card Ability, Trillion Mecha Empire, Manison. Usages, 0-1 inch. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with question marks, and their hearts were filled with confusion. What's going on? Weren't we supposed to loot Black Star? Why did the Mecha Empire appear? At this moment, the few of them suddenly trembled. They looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. They felt as though they had discovered a shocking secret. There was only one explanation for this situation. The army commander had been swapped out. That Black Star must be fake. Chapter 1143. An hour later, in the dim room, the green candle flame on the table was the only source of light. The flame flickered and flickered as it was blown by the airflow, illuminating the faces around the table in a pale green color, leaving mottled shadows. It looked very eerie and terrifying. Above the candle flame, a public interface floated, showing the introduction of the Black Star character summon card. The captain of Team Gold, whose ID was Flying Free, was a veteran player who had entered the game in version 1.0. At this moment, he had a worried expression on his face as he spoke in a low voice. I didn't expect to discover such a huge secret. Everyone, what should we do now? What else can we do? Quickly announce it. But this is our trump card for the finals. If we announce it, won't we be exposed? Aya, look at the situation now. Why do you still care so much? Compared to the safety of the entire army, the victory of the competition is no longer important. Don't you know what's more important? While everyone was arguing, a female player suddenly raised her hand weakly and asked, I have a question. Why don't we turn on the lights and only light candles? We need such a dark environment to talk about such an important matter. That's how it is in movies. I understand the logic, but why do we only light candles? Another team member scratched his head. We might be the only ones who have discovered the truth. The atmosphere has to be serious. Do you understand the sense of ceremony? Another team member said, I see. But why do we only light candles? Enough. Flying Free could not take it anymore. He got up and went to turn on the lights, pulling the topic back. After obtaining the Black Star character summon card, the hearts of the members of Team Gold were shaken. They quickly returned to the stronghold to discuss what to do. In terms of how to deal with this problem, the entire team was divided into 2 factions. One side felt that they should keep the secret until after the finals. The other side felt that this matter was of great importance and should be announced on the forums immediately, reminding all the army players that their faction leader had been swapped. Although it was not easy for them to enter the Black Star Cup finals, after discovering this secret, the competition immediately lost its interest. Everyone's attention was completely attracted by the mystery of the army commander's identity. The character summon card was marked with the prefix Black Star, but no one dared to guarantee that this wasn't the target's disguise. After all, there had been similar cases before. A blank character summon card's name would usually only show the target's current identity, which meant that it wouldn't be able to see through the disguise. For example, if a blank character summon card was used on Sorokin or Oathkeeper, it would only display Sorokin character summon card or Oathkeeper character summon card. It would not reveal their true identities. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, this ability with the suffix manisen was obviously more convincing. Boom. Flying Free slammed the table and said firmly, "I think that we should immediately announce this news. We have no chance of reaching the finals in the official league, but the Blackstar Cup gives us a chance. Even if we lose the finals, we'll still be in the top 4 and gain a lot of popularity. If not for the Blackstar Cup organized by the army, all of this would not have existed. As the old saying goes, don't forget the person who dug the well when you reap the benefits. The competition rewards are only a small benefit, but protecting the entire army is the biggest benefit. Furthermore, over the past few versions, how many benefits has the army commander brought to us? How many people like this character? He might be in danger now, so how can we sit back and do nothing? Now, the opportunity to save the army is in our hands." Many of the solo players present were hardcore Chinese players. They had deep feelings for the army and had long treated it as their own faction. For a hardcore like Flying Free, in order to protect the army and Blackstar, he was even willing to give up the benefits of the finals just to remind everyone. Because the number of people he had was not enough, it was better to gather the strength of the army players and think of a way to destroy the Mecha Empire's scheme together. Hearing this, everyone thought of the past and suddenly felt their blood boil. A belief rose in their hearts. At this time, Flying Free stretched out his hand. Everyone understood and put their hands together. They looked at each other and saw a strong sense of responsibility in each other's eyes. "Now, it's our turn to save the army commander." After shouting this slogan, Flying Free immediately opened the forums and started writing a post. Without hesitation, he wrote a title, "Secrets of the Century. The Unspeakable Secret of Blackstar and the Mecha Empire." The fleet rested on planet Blackgate for half a day before setting off again, heading toward the final venue of the Blackstar Cup. In the cabin, Han Xiao and Sylvia talked about work for half a day before waving for Sylvia to leave. He was the only one left in the room. He leaned back comfortably on the chair, opened the forum, and began his daily observation of the idiotic netizens. "Let me see what's the happy meal today." Han Xiao hummed a tune as he entered the forums. With one look, he was instantly dumbfounded. At a glance, all of them were urgent requests for dissemination. The army commander's identity is a mystery. The Mecha Empire's shocking conspiracy. Emergency. The Blackstar Corps might change hands. Save the army commander. The entire flickering world was flooded with similar posts. What the hell is all this? I haven't looked at the forums for half a day. What happened? Han Xiao was confused. He opened the most popular post and saw that the person who posted it was an ID that he recognized. It was the captain of the gold team, Flying Free. At the beginning of the post was a high-definition screenshot. It was the introduction of the Blackstar character summon card. Seeing the name of the ability of Billion Mecha Empire, Manisen, Han Xiao immediately understood what was going on. His mouth could not help but twitch. It can't be. I have thousands of abilities, and this just had to be drawn by a blank character summon card. What kind of luck did these people have? Speaking of which, I just came back. When was this drawn? Could it be that I was touched at the dock? He continued reading, and as expected, Flying Free explained what had happened. "Hello, everyone. I'm Flying Free from the gold team. Just an hour ago, we discovered a shocking secret. Not long ago, when the army commander returned to the territory, our team blended in with the crowd and planned to use a blank character summon card to record Blackstar's ability. Originally, we wanted to use it as our trump card in the upcoming Blackstar Cup finals. However, as you can see in the screenshot, we did not expect to draw the ability of the Mecha Empire from Blackstar. This shocked all of us. We couldn't understand this situation. After some discussion, we came to a shocking conclusion. The current army commander might be the Mecha Empire in disguise. His goal is to replace Black Star and usurp the throne of our army commander. In the end, we unanimously decided to immediately publicize such crucial information. We need everyone to unite to find out the truth and unravel the conspiracy. Everyone, the future of the army commander is in our hands. Han Xiao had a constipated expression on his face. This deduction did not seem unreasonable, but why did he still feel that there was something wrong with these people's brains? He looked at the replies below. It had already exploded, and countless people were doubting him. Is this for real? This picture can't be photoshopped, right? It must be photoshopped. These young people want to create big news every day. Are you guys thinking that there's no hope of winning, so you want to do something stupid? Good job, I'll reward you with a piece of earwax. It's over. Someone is going to change their name to the Mecha Empire. Facing the doubts, Flying Free added in the popular replies, I know everyone must have their doubts. On the day of the finals, we will use this character summon card and show it to everyone to make them believe that the army commander needs us to save them. Save your grandma's leg. Han Xiao gritted his teeth and returned to the page. He quickly browsed through the related posts and found that other than the doubters, there were many posts seriously analyzing this possibility. Sad smiley Reinhard, maybe it's true. The Mecha Empire definitely has the motive to do this. Didn't they have a conflict in the ancient Star Desert some time ago? Could it be that the Mecha Empire attacked the army commander after that? Pikachu, if this is fake, then where is the real army commander? Was he killed? Wolffire, probably not. After all, the army commander is so tanky. I think the Mecha Empire just exiled him and won't be able to return for a while. That's why he dared to pretend to be Black Star. Foot-scratching hippo, do you all agree that the army commander has been swapped? Could it be that Black Star used some method to learn the Mecha Empire's ability? Smelly Foot Buster, the possibility is too low. After so many years, this is the first time a blank character card has drawn a unique ability from Black Star. 0 to the 0. Could it be that they made a deal to teach each other their unique abilities? My dog is called Lagi. So, if we use a blank character card on the Mecha Empire now, it's possible to draw Indestructible Body, Black Star? Good brother Pat's big, damn, that's awesome. You're AF * King Genius. Han Xiao felt his teeth ache. Ice Tornado, wait, there are other possibilities. Could it be that Black Star's ability was taught by the Mecha Empire from the start? Blueberry, that's shocking. That makes sense. If Black Star was a secret disciple of the Mecha Empire from a long time ago, his rapid rise can be explained. Shadow Stream Execution Song, from the looks of it, the falling out some time ago was just a two-man show. One jumped the other pretended to be loyal, but they were in cahoots behind the scenes. That's too showy. TSK. I understand now. The Mecha Empire has a big conspiracy. They're playing a big game of chess. What do you understand? Veins popped out on Han Xiao's forehead. Sanguine rose. I can't take it anymore. I can't hold back my curiosity. What happened between Black Star and the Mecha Empire? Paradise Disco, let me remind you, if I ask the Legion commander directly, will I be killed? Although I'm not afraid, pork bun beats dog. My eyes see through everything. A storm is brewing. This secret may lead to a new main storyline. I have a feeling that the theme of the next version will be the division of the Black Star Corps. I have material again. You're the one who's divided. Your whole family is divided. Han Xiao felt that if he grabbed these players and shook them, he would definitely be able to hear the sound of liquid sloshing around in their heads. He glanced through and suddenly saw a new post. The title was Army Rescue Plan, Call to Action. He clicked on it and saw that it was another post by that freelance shit-thrower. Brothers and sisters, the Black Star Corps has accompanied us for 4 versions. This is our faction. We can't let anyone take away the fruits of our hard work. Unfortunately, the officers of the army won't believe us. Only the players can see our evidence. For this reason, I've decided to start a righteous rebellion. While the Black Star Cup commendation ceremony is being broadcasted live to the entire universe, I'm going to stand out and expose the true face of the Mecha Empire. Therefore, I need everyone's strength. Although we're far from being a match for a Beyond Grade A, we can use our lives to let the entire universe see the scheme of the Mecha Empire. All those who are willing to participate, leave your name in this post and contact us. Everyone, draw your swords. It's up to us to save the army now. Although I'm dead, I'm still a pawn under the Black Star. Manison of the Mecha Empire, show your health bar. Han Xiao was dumbfounded. Scrolling down, the number of replies to this post was increasing at a rate of 100 per second. Countless people were extremely excited and clamored to sign up. Who knew how many of them were people who wanted to see the world burn? What the F***ck, are they trying to stab me in the back? Han Xiao's expression was extremely complicated. He did not know if he should be hurt or touched. After this incident, it could be seen that the results of my 4 versions were very obvious. I've already formed a deep bond with the Chinese players. These players are willing to go to such lengths for me. It's really touching my ass. There's such a thing. After reading the post twice, Han Xiao clenched his teeth. You don't say, this post made my blood boil. Damn it, a mental patient really has a lot of fun. The error-free chapters of Legendary Mechanic will continue to be updated. There will be no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the Legendary Mechanic. If you like Legendary Mechanic, please bookmark Legendary Mechanic. The Legendary Mechanic fighting bar updates the fastest. Chapter 1144. Han Xiao could not help but rub his temples as he felt a headache coming on. Players were the embodiment of chaos. Even if they had become members of their own faction, they were still uncontrollable. Even if their intentions were good, their subjective initiative would always cause all kinds of unimaginable things. The atmosphere of the entire forum section was led astray by this topic. Han Xiao even saw titles that seemed to be pornographic, which showed the power of a few blind people. After being depressed for a while, Han Xiao suddenly laughed. These people really know how to cause a ruckus, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. He thought for a while and suddenly realized that there was no need to stop them. Not to mention that the players were communicating on the forum, he could not use this as evidence to arrest them. How could he hold a commendation ceremony if he arrested them? Furthermore, this was not a bad thing for the sense of belonging to the army. If not for the fact that the hardcore players loved and respected him, why would they volunteer to save him? Running a warlord force in the universe did not need to be like a tinkerer. Instead, letting the players cause a ruckus during the closing ceremony would increase the topic of the Black Star Cup and increase the popularity of public opinion. It would also save him the effort of giving out missions and acting on his own. Flying Free's loyal subjects wanted to do a round of righteous backstabbing, but in the eyes of Han Xiao, they were no threat at all. He was happy to play along with them. The public image of the Black Star Corps in the universe was basically equivalent to that of a righteous person recognized by everyone. The people were now very tolerant of the army. Even if this small episode happened at the end of the Black Star Cup, it would not affect the army's prestige. Instead, it would make most of the people feel that it was interesting. The reputation that they had accumulated over the years was not for nothing. This was the armor of public opinion. In fact, Han Xiao understood after thinking about it carefully. He did not need to explain the rumors circulating among the players to anyone. This was not a problem in his eyes at all. He was the leader of the faction, a top warlord in the universe. He was not really swapped. If he had to carefully explain himself in the face of such strange accusations, wouldn't it be a joke? It was like the famous Chuan Zhongwo in history in his previous life. Did he really need to explain himself to the public? Of course not. Everyone just needs to know that he's a comrade. The evidence of the player's suspicion was the effect of the character summon card. It seemed reasonable from their perspective, but as long as they looked at the overall situation, this suspicion was not valid. If the Mecha Empire had really swapped him, there were too many flaws that could not be explained. For example, the senses of the other beyond grade as were not for decoration, the 3 universal civilizations would definitely have discovered it. the army's artificial intelligence Philip would not have no reaction at all, and the other party would not have been able to activate his dimensional army box. No one in the universe could impersonate another peak beyond grade A without any flaws. Even Kant, the illusion god, could not do it. Some players did not understand the common sense between these big shots. Therefore, their accusations might be treated as gossip by the galactic residents. However, only a fool would really believe them. Non-players could not see the interface. Their evidence was something that did not exist for ordinary people. Han Xiaoshan was very knowledgeable. The main reason why the players believed in this rumor was that it was still fresh. Once the initial fanaticism and blindness disappeared, they would see that there was no change in the faction's movements. This ridiculous rumor would naturally fall apart. How could there not be any strange rumors about the big shots? Explaining was unnecessary. It was better to leave some room for the players to fill in the gaps. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. To the players who purely enjoyed the benefits of the faction, it did not matter who was in charge. Therefore, to be willing to take the risk of being punished by the faction to expose the conspiracy of the Mecha Empire was tantamount to sacrificing one's life. Then, wouldn't the more people who participated in this operation, the stronger the cohesion of the army? Furthermore, the players using such a reason to cause trouble were slandering the Mecha Empire. Thinking of this, Han Xiao smiled and summoned Philip. Philip, focus on monitoring the movements of the army's immortals. Report any situation to me. Okay, by the way, use my name to invite the Beyond Grade as over. Send a copy to the Mecha Empire too. Didn't you have a falling out with the Mecha Empire? Will he come? Philip tilted his head with a confused expression. How would I know? Just send it to him. It'll be best if he comes. I can tease him again. Han Xiao chuckled. Okay. Seeing Han Xiao's kind smile, Philip shrunk his head and did not dare say or ask. Black Star invited me to participate in an event. In a secret base somewhere in the Prime Valstar River, Man Ison, who was facing simulation models to deduce the theory of the virtual mutiny virus, stopped and looked at his artificial intelligence with confusion. Yes, he intends to invite you to the Black Star Cup closing ceremony. Is this guy acting up again? Didn't we already fall out? Why is he sending me an invitation now? What makes Black Star think that I will go and support his event? Man Ison was confused. Is he trying to make up for our relationship and get back together? Or is he trying to embarrass me in public? I'm not going. Reject him for me. Man Ison replied calmly and continued to deduce the technology. Okay, the message has been sent. Man Ison nodded and suddenly stopped what he was doing. By the way, on the day of the Black Star Cup closing ceremony, remember to remind me to watch the live broadcast. Although he did not intend to give Han Xiao face, he wanted to see what Black Star was up to. Just as the forums were discussing Han Xiao's authenticity, the last two matches of the Black Star Cup were held as scheduled. Countless spectator stands floated in the sky above the competition planet, and they were all filled with people. Not only were there army members, but there were also normal spectators who had bought tickets. The special spectator stands produced by the Army's logistics department were oval-shaped, and all the walls were made of transparent materials. One could see the situation outside from any angle from the inside, and it also had a zoom function. At the same time, layers of transparent energy barriers protected the spectator stands, which could isolate all kinds of impacts and radiation to prevent the lucky spectators from being injured by the aftershocks. The external anti-gravity ion vectors could allow the spectator stands to fly at high speeds in various postures, stabilizing at Mach 24 to ensure that they could keep up with the movement speed of the Calamity-grade supers at high altitudes. The cabin was equipped with advanced vertical gyroscopic stabilizers, noise reduction equipment, and shock absorption devices. Even if they flew at supersonic speeds, the spectators would not feel any bumps and would feel as though they were on solid ground at all times. Today, Han Xiao was personally attending the competition. He arrived at the venue and floated in front of the many spectators. As soon as he appeared, he felt as though an electric current was running through his skin, as though he was being sized up by countless people from behind. Han Xiao was not surprised at all. He did not even need to turn around to know that it was the countless players in the audience who were using the detect skill on him. Philip reported the discussions in his mind to him from every single audience seat. In the eyes of the players, Han Xiao's specific attributes were still a question mark, but their goal was to detect the color of Han Xiao's name. The result they obtained was still a green name, which represented their own people. They could not help but whisper among themselves. "Let's begin." Han Xiao did not care about the small commotion among the players and turned to signal the host. The host coughed and said loudly, "Hello, everyone. Today is the last day of the official Black Star Cup competition. There will be a total of 2 finals, the solo finals of the Calamity Grade Supers and the 4-way free-for-all finals of the Immortal Grade Supers. Let's cut to the chase. The first match today is a duel between 2 Calamity Grade Supers. Contestants, please step forward." As soon as he said that, Hardaway and Jotina appeared. After a simple introduction and interaction, they went to their respective positions and waited for the match to begin. The Calamity Grade Supers were all on the surface of the planet. Time passed minute by minute, and the atmosphere in the venue gradually became heavy. As the host announced the start of the match, the 2 figures left after images on the spot and suddenly collided. Boom! A shockwave burst out, and the 2 of them immediately got entangled in a fight. Their movements were like shifting shadows, incomparably fast. They moved rapidly on the ground, and wherever they passed, the ground would crack, leaving behind deep claw marks that were several hundred meters long. Boom, 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 boom. The ferocious pugilist flames continued to bombard Hadavi's body, and the aftershocks shattered all the rocks and trees along the way. It was as if a smoke dragon was rampaging on the ground, causing earthquakes, landslides, tsunamis, and other natural disasters. Hardaway was a hardening esper, and Jotina was a pugilist. Both of them were good at close combat, and the battle between the 2 of them was violent and barbaric. It was completely a collision of muscles, like 2 ferocious beasts fighting each other. To be specific, Jotina attacked, and Hardaway was beaten up. It depended on whether the one who was beaten could not take it anymore or the one who was beaten got tired first. The battle between Calamity Grade Supers was huge and shocking, and it was extremely exciting in the eyes of the majority of the audience. However, in Han Xiao's eyes, the movements of the 2 of them were like snails. He could easily count how many times Hardaway's face had trembled after being punched. With Han Xiao's current level, the battle between Calamity Grade Supers was not suspenseful in his eyes. He decided to take a look while browsing the forums. Under the eyes of the audience, the 2 of them fought for half a day before the outcome was decided. The surface of the planet looked like it had been bombarded by countless meteorites, and it was a tragic sight. In the end, Hardaway won. Although he was beaten black and blue, he was able to tire Jotina out. After decades of trial and error, Hardaway's hardening defense was now terrifyingly high. Coupled with his 2 molding talents, true damage immunity and low-intensity attack immunity, in the Black Star Corps, other than Han Xiao, there was no one who was tankier than him. Haha, I've been personally trained by His Excellency Black Star for decades. You're still too inexperienced. Hardaway proudly shook his finger at Jotina, who was on the ground. If one ignored his swollen cheeks, these words were quite convincing. Damn it. Jotina's face was filled with unwillingness. She slammed the ground, and the shockwave cracked the ground dozens of meters in diameter. Not being able to win the championship meant that she would not be seen in a different light by Black Star. Not being seen in a different light meant that she would have less time to communicate with Black Star during the commendation ceremony. Less time to communicate would increase the difficulty of developing feelings, which meant that the chances of her mating with Black Star would decrease. This made her, a rookie whose goal was to sleep with Black Star, extremely unwilling. Han Xiao watched the 2 of them go back to recuperate. He stroked his chin and thought to himself. In my previous life, Hardaway did not become a Beyond Grade A, and Jotina even died in the hands of Beast Ancestor. Now that the 2 of them are under my command, and I've trained Hardaway for decades, his chances of becoming a Beyond Grade A Super are not 0. It's just that his abilities are too monotonous. Even if he becomes a Beyond Grade A Super, he'll probably be at the bottom like Kola and Bioni. As for Jotina, other than her bold lifestyle, Han Xiao quite admired her. In terms of potential alone, Jotina's chances of becoming a beyond grade A super might be higher than Hardaway's, but it was basically impossible for her to reach the level of Beast Ancestor. Han Xiao felt that Jotina's growth limit might be Star Slayer Vairu or Tyrant Heba among the dynasty's allies. Although they were not very strong, at least they were not at the bottom. Thinking of Heba, Han Xiao could not help but miss him. Ever since he defeated him, Tai Tai had been much more low-key, quietly developing in the Shattered Star Ring. However, speaking of low-key, Han Xiao thought of Cisco again. He felt that this guy's presence in the universe seemed to be getting lower and lower. He could find some time to visit the Star Pupil civilization. After all, he was now the special consultant of the 3 universal civilizations, so it was reasonable for him to visit them. While he was thinking, the logistics team of the Black Star Cup had already entered the venue. Using the continental shelf stabilizer, natural weather controller, earth and rock filling pipes, and other industrial equipment, they performed plastic surgery on this almost destroyed planet. After arranging a new venue, the host announced the start of the final match. Rivervale, Dynasty, Thunderstorm, and Gold appeared one after another, greeting everyone. However, at this time, all the players' eyes were focused on Gold. Even the other 3 teams looked at Gold. Their meaning was self-evident, they were waiting for them to prove themselves. "Captain, should I use the character summon card now?" Flying Free looked around and said without hesitation, "Yes. This is the place to prove that what we said is true." The mechanic player took a deep breath, opened the interface, activated the Black Star character summon card, enlarged the status bar, and adjusted it to public. The interface was displayed to everyone present. It did not exist in the eyes of ordinary people, and only the players saw the name of this character summon card. Black Star Summon Card, Billion Mecha Empire, Manison, duration, 1 hour. It's true. On the countless spectator stands, the players were excited. Many people stood up suddenly, attracting the confused gazes of the other spectators. Han Xiao floated in midair with his arms crossed. Hearing the commotion from the surveillance in his mind, the corners of his mouth curled up. After a while, many players calmed down and quickly calmed down. They looked up at Han Xiao's back with all kinds of emotions in their eyes. Originally, the last match was the focus of attention, but many players were too shocked to watch the match. Their minds were in a mess. On the other hand, the NPC spectators were as excited as usual, constantly cheering for the 4 teams. They did not know that the immortals beside them were going through a roller coaster ride. Han Xiao did not pay much attention to the match. He kept checking the players' comments on the forums. When he turned back, the match had already ended. In the end, Dynasty won, and Gold was the first to be eliminated. Gold had exposed their trump card early, so of course, they were targeted. Furthermore, Billion Mecha Empire could not display any shocking effects in the hands of the current players. The players did not have those high-level mechanic skills, so they could not enjoy the targeted bonuses. Furthermore, it only lasted for an hour, so their strongest production and research abilities could not be used. The players could only enjoy the basic bonuses such as intelligence plus 15%, machinery affinity plus 1, 2x, and mechanic skill level plus 2. Although it was powerful, it was clearly not enough to crush the opponents. In fact, with the current strength of the players, the bonuses provided by this skill might not be as practical as the evolution badge. In the hands of the current players, this ability was completely buried. Only peak beyond grade A mechanics could display the strength of Billion Mecha Empire. All the matches of the Black Star Cup have ended. Thank you for watching, and thank the Army Commander for attending today's match. In 3 days, we will hold the closing ceremony of the Black Star Cup. The Army Commander will personally commend all the winners who achieved good results in the Black Star Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, see you there. The host interviewed everyone for a while, then finished his speech and ended the broadcast for the day. Many of the spectators were still not satisfied and left the stage one after another. Groups of players mixed in the crowd, turning back every few steps to size up Han Xiao, who was still standing at the same spot. Han Xiao smiled and watched the crowd leave. He took in the performance of the players and could not help but raise his brows. He was looking forward to it. I want to see how important I am in the hearts of the players and how many people are willing to sacrifice their lives for me. If you like Legendary Mechanic, please bookmark. Legendary Mechanic updates the fastest. Chapter 1145. The players of the Black Star Corps seemed to have a spirit of sacrifice. With the confirmation of the character summon card, the forums had temporarily turned into the intelligence center of the Save Black Star plan. Many army players called their friends here and privately expanded their team. With Flying Free as the head, the Action Command Center posted again and again. Many of the hardcore Chinese players who had followed them since version 1.0 had a sense of responsibility and faith. They felt that they had to do something to save the army from the crisis of falling into the hands of the Mecha Empire. Many people responded, especially some pro players such as Mad Blade and Maple Moon, who also expressed their contributions. The entire Save Black Star plan became a large-scale activity organized by the army players. Of course, among the participants, there were also players who wanted to fish in troubled waters, speculate, and cause trouble. Some just wanted to make big news, some wanted to show their loyalty and be favored by Black Star when he returned, and some wanted to try to trigger hidden missions. The atmosphere on the forums was like everyone was a soldier. Everyone wanted to exchange their blood for the heavens, but in reality, most people were just there to join in the fun. Now, the structure of the players in the army was already complex. Not only were there Chinese players, but there were also a large number of international players who joined in version 4.0. Even among the Chinese players, there were some who were unwilling to invest a lot of time and energy in the Black Star Corps and were not willing to take the risk. Han Xiao had seen all the activity on the forums in the past 3 days. The Save Black Star plan organized by Flying Free was no secret to him. Although a group of players was planning how to stab him in the back tomorrow, Han Xiao was not angry at all. Instead, he was enjoying it. This is really becoming a true brother coming to stab me. Han Xiaoshin found it funny. At this moment, Philip popped out and said in a buzzing voice, "Master, there are a few immortals who want to see you." He said that he learned that the immortals are plotting a rebellion and wants to inform you. Oh! Han Xiao's eyes flashed. How could there be a traitor? Well, considering that the target was a player, it would be strange if there weren't any traitors. Let them come over. Han Xiao rolled his eyes and ordered. After waiting in the office for a while, a few players wearing fancy armor walked in. From their IDs, it was obvious that they were foreign players. Ayo, Army Commander. A Frost Demon player in the lead opened his mouth to greet the group. Immediately, a strong hip-hop vibe swept over them. You're saying that the Immortals are planning a rebellion? Tell me, what's going on? Han Xiao feigned ignorance and asked with a puzzled expression. Oh, it's like this. We're all good people, but some Immortals are ambitious and dissatisfied with your rule, so they want to use a ridiculous excuse to incite the army and attack you at tomorrow's ceremony. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. What excuse? I heard that they are planning to accuse you of being the Mecha Empire. Don't you think that's funny? Ha ha ha. Interesting. Han Xiao sized him up and chuckled. Got it. I'll check it out. If it's true, all of you have contributed. Hee, give us more contribution points. This person's tone was loud and did not hold back at all. Han Xiao pretended not to hear and waved his hand to let them leave. At this time, Philip reported that there were more people who wanted to leak information. He did not reject anyone and patiently received batch after batch of traitors. Most of them were foreign players, and the content was almost the same. He exposed the plans of Fly Free and the others and smeared their motives, saying that they were betrayals out of ambition. After sending away the last batch of traitors, Han Xiao revealed an inexplicable smile. This group of people, some of them are pure speculators, but the other group are probably spies planted in the army by the foreign professional guilds. They want to use this opportunity to cause trouble. He had always known that there were spies from the foreign guilds in the army. This was the inevitable result of opening the door to recruit new players. The motive of flying free and the others was still quite positive, but this group of spies was full of evil tricks. Han Xiao could tell at a glance that this group of spies wanted to use this opportunity to make a fuss. On one hand, they wanted the Chinese players to be severely punished and the influence of the Chinese guilds in the army. On the other hand, they wanted to weaken his trust in the Immortals and make the treatment of the Black Star Corps decrease. The spies from the foreign guilds did not care if he was the Mecha Empire or Black Star. If he was the Mecha Empire, it would cause the Mecha Empire to be suspicious and have thoughts of eliminating dissidents. If everyone misunderstood and the army commander was still the Black Star, then they would be showing their loyalty by telling on him. They felt that this was a plan to kill two birds with one stone. If he did not have the information on the forums, he might have believed it. However, Han Xiao already knew the truth of the matter through the forums. These spies wanted to use the information gap to make use of him, and their schemes were seen through by him at a glance. Looking at the smug looks on the faces of these traitors who felt that their plan had succeeded, Han Xiao wanted to laugh out loud even though he looked calm on the surface. "Little guys, I'll let you laugh for a while. After the ceremony, I'll pull out your list." Han Xiao knocked on the table and ordered in a deep voice, "Philip, secretly deploy the mechanical soldiers in the warehouse and place them in every corner of the venue, especially the VIP seats, audience seats, and the media. Once someone attacks the guests tomorrow, take them down immediately." This order was not to guard against flying free and the others. Their target was only him, and their motive was to protect the Black Star Corps. Therefore, the plan did not involve the innocent. However, there was an 80% chance that someone would take the opportunity to cause trouble and damage the reputation of the army by harming the audience. Basically, only the foreign professional guilds would have a reason to do so. Han Xiao did not stop flying free and the others from expressing their loyalty, but he would not sit by and watch the enemy cause trouble. "Humph, the imperialists will never give up on killing us." Han Xiao snorted. Speaking of which, version 4.0 is already in the middle stage and is about to enter the late stage. The national war will probably break out together with the Supercluster Alliance, just like in my previous life. I wonder if the alliance formed by the players will still be formed, he thought to himself. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the competition planet had been transformed into an open-air venue for the ceremony. The main stage was a large floating platform, and the people sitting there were all important guests. There were a large number of small platforms floating around it, like floating islands. They were the audience seats, the media broadcast seats, and the seats for the winners of the various events. A spherical shield enveloped the venue area, isolating the cold wind from the high altitude and preventing unrelated people from disturbing the closing ceremony. At the same time, a layer of virtual sky covered the shield, creating the feeling of an enclosed theater, making people not feel that the venue was open air. All kinds of spaceships were suspended in outer space, and they arrived at the venue area on the in-atmosphere vehicles provided by the army. The well-dressed audience, guests, and contestants found their seats and sat down. The venue quickly became a sea of people, an unprecedented spectacle. At this time, they were still in the entrance stage. Flying Free led the team to the contestant seats and sat down. They looked around and made eye contact with the players on the same floating platform from time to time. At this time, someone patted Flying Free's shoulder. He turned around and saw that it was the captain of the Rivervale team, Mad Blade. "When are we going to act?" Mad Blade lowered his voice. As a true loyalist, he had also participated in the battle to save Black Star. "It's still early, so there's no rush. Just like the plan, when it's time to give us the award, everyone will look for my signal and act together," Flying Free said in a low voice. "How many people do you think there will be? Although there are many people who signed up, it's already not bad if 10% of them actually take action." Flying Free shook his head. "Okay, we'll wait for your signal." While the players participating in the plan to save Black Star were communicating in private, another group of people was plotting a new operation. "Have we spread our men out?" On one of the floating platforms, a player with the ID Winter Wolf asked his companion in the private channel. Don't worry, buddy. Our men are spread out on many platforms, and some of them are very close to the celebrity guests. When the Chinese people act, we can take advantage of the chaos and cause quite a lot of damage. Very good. Winter Wolf nodded and said with a deep voice, the Black Star Corps is too strong, and we have to weaken them. This is the first time our northern battlefront has taken action since it was secretly established. We have to make the first move and pave the way for our national war plan. Understood. At the same time, Han Xiao was receiving the remote projections of the various beyond grade as in the important guest seats on the main stage. He had a lot of face now. With a wave of his hand, 70% of the beyond grade A members of the Development Union came to watch the ceremony. All the big shots were sitting at the very front. Han Xiao casually chatted with everyone and laughed from time to time. The seats in the venue were gradually filled, and everyone slowly arrived. At this time, the lights in the venue slowly dimmed, leaving only the main stage brightly lit. Seeing this, the noisy venue gradually quietened down, and everyone's eyes gathered on the stage. Sylvia walked onto the stage. She had taken off her uniform today and was wearing an expensive purple backless dress. She had put on light makeup, and her face was delicate and beautiful. Her long hair was tied up, revealing her slender neck. Her silver earrings could be seen swaying slightly, reflecting a soft light that was smooth but not dazzling, making her look graceful and elegant. She looked around the venue and spoke loudly. Dear guests, contestants, and audience in front of the screen, welcome to the closing ceremony of the first Black Star Cup. I'm Sylvia, the Chief Administrative Officer of the Army. After that, Sylvia paused according to the script. Han Xiao smiled and led the applause. Seeing this, the people around him also clapped. Very soon, the venue was filled with thunderous applause. Seeing this, Sylvia continued. As the army continues to expand, we have more and more members. The original intention of the Black Star Cup was to select the elites of the army in various fields, giving the capable but inexperienced new members an additional channel to rise. At the same time, it also gives the old members a chance to show their improvement. Now that the Black Star Cup has come to a successful end, we are pleasantly surprised to find that there are so many elites in the army in various fields. On the stage, Sylvia began reading the script. The image was broadcasted to the entire universe through the media present. The closing ceremony of the Black Star Cup was naturally not just a simple award ceremony. The specific process was Sylvia, the Black Star Cup organizing committee speaking, the winners of the various events going on stage to receive their commendations and speeches, and finally, the army commander's concluding speech. During this period, there would be a large number of performances. For this, the army specially invited many celebrities from the entertainment industry and the Galactic Society. There were singers, actors, and everything else. Those who were present were all big-name celebrities. The galactic celebrities present were all very high-ranking. Generally speaking, ordinary events would be proud of these celebrities. However, the Black Star Cup was too high-ranking, and these celebrities were proud to participate in the closing ceremony. This was an entertainment event organized by the warlords of the universe, and it was a good opportunity to build a relationship with many strong people. In order to obtain a spot in the performance, the entertainment companies behind many celebrities even fought fiercely with each other. Han Xiao was quickly invited to the stage to personally award the winners of the various events and give them some encouragement. The remote projections of the two vice-army commanders, Hela and Lagi, stood by the side. They did not say anything and only nodded to the contestants to show their encouragement. However, the reason why the two of them did not say anything was different. Hela did not like to talk and was too lazy to speak, while Lagi's communication function was cut off by Han Xiao, so he could not make a single sound. The awards ceremony and the performances of the celebrities were interspersed. Halfway through the closing ceremony, Han Xiao felt that his face was about to turn stiff from smiling, and the audience below also felt that their palms were about to turn red from clapping. This time, it was finally time to give out the awards to the players. The troublemakers are coming. Han Xiao felt energized. Everyone went up on stage. Flying Free gritted his teeth and strode onto the stage. His back gave off a cold aura as if he was walking onto the execution ground. Congratulations, everyone. You're all talents of the army. Han Xiao read the script again and looked deeply at Flying Free. He smiled and took 2 steps back, giving the stage to the contestants to speak. None of the contestants on stage went up. They all looked at Flying Free. Their intentions were self-evident. Flying Free nodded to everyone and walked to the podium with heavy steps. The entire venue was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, waiting for him to speak. The laziness of the 2 groups of players was swept away. All of them subconsciously straightened their backs and tensed up. They focused their attention on Free Flight's every move. Fly Free sucked in a deep breath and prepared himself mentally before he spoke in a low voice. I'm very happy to be able to achieve good results in the Black Star Cup, but this is not what I want to talk about today. Just a few days ago, we discovered a shocking secret. The army commander on stage right now is not Black Star. He's someone else in disguise. Whoosh. It was as if thunder had exploded on the ground. All the audience, all the officers of the army, all the celebrity guests, including all the beyond graders present, were shocked by this sudden change. They stared blankly at this person who had said such shocking words. Their minds were still in a daze. What kind of show is this? I'm a member of the Black Star Corps. This is my home. I only recognize Black Star as my leader. I won't allow anyone else to pretend to be the army commander to control the army. Flying Free's tone became more and more powerful. Today, I'm going to use my life to expose this person's shocking scheme to the entire universe. Save our leader. As soon as he said that, Fly Free suddenly turned around, and flames erupted from his body. He launched a suicidal charge toward Han Xiao, letting out a deafening roar. Mecha Empire, die. At the same time, in a secret base with unknown coordinates, Man Ison, who was watching the live broadcast, trembled, and popcorn spilled all over the floor. Chapter 1146. Do it. A sudden change occurred on the stage. Following a loud shout, a commotion broke out on the spectator stands. About 1/5 of the players in the stadium suddenly rose into the air and pounced toward Han Xiao, who was on the main stage. The weapons in their hands shone brightly. They were all heroes who had answered the call and decided to sacrifice their lives for justice. It was as if a string that had been stretched taut all this time had suddenly snapped. The rest of the players looked excited. In the crowd, Winter Wolf's eyes sparkled, and he ordered in the channel. The chance is here. Let's go. The next moment, hundreds of players rose up and were about to attack the audience. Winter Wolf soared into the air. Frost condensed on his body, leaving ice crystals all over the sky. He rushed straight toward the celebrity guest seats. Winter Wolf's eyes reflected the shocked faces of many celebrities when they turned around. Excitement appeared on his face, and he raised his hand to release his Esper ability without hesitation, preparing to turn these celebrities into ice sculptures. At the same time, the heroes who were charging toward the main stage also noticed this group of people who were taking the opportunity to cause trouble. Many of them were shocked and angry. There was no part of the plan that affected the audience. Subconsciously, some of them wanted to turn around and stop the guild spies led by Winter Wolf from killing the innocent. All of these changes happened in a flash. Just as the chaos was about to erupt, bright lightning suddenly burst out from the center of the venue. Catcher. Countless mechanical force lightning bolts shot out like a spider web. The mechanical soldiers that had been lying in ambush in the audience seats were activated instantly and pounced toward the players who were causing trouble. These ambushers were all restrainer modified, which specialized in control. They could disintegrate into high-tech restraining suits and use their bodies to capture the target alive. With the bonus from Han Xiao's mechanical force, their attributes were far above the current Grade B players. Sizzle, black shadows flashed in the venue, and the players who were charging toward Han Xiao were all like birds with broken wings. They were all restrained by the electromagnetic chains and force field restraining devices of the restrainers, unable to move. Flying Free and the other contestants on the main stage were immediately sent flying by the explosion of energy, crashing into the edge of the stage. Just as they were about to get up and continue charging, Han Xiao gently flipped his palm, and a powerful energy wave pressed down, slamming everyone to the ground. The next moment, under the effect of mechanical force, the metal ground suddenly turned into ropes made of nanoparticles, tying Flying Free and the others up tightly. Before the various guests could react, the crisis was neutralized by Han Xiao, who was already prepared. Phew, fortunately, I was prepared. Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. The current strength of the players was not even at the calamity grade, and they were not much different from ordinary people in front of him. They could not threaten him with numbers alone, but if they attacked others, they would definitely be able to hurt ordinary spectators. Even if he could react quickly, it would be difficult to guarantee that there would not be any casualties. However, he had already taken down all the players as soon as they attacked, and none of the guests were injured. The short process was frightening but not dangerous, and they could not cause any trouble under his control. This operation was triggered by Flying Free leading the tempo. With so many people involved, they were no different from a mob. Furthermore, most of the participants acted on impulse. This was the normal behavior of the players. Furthermore, time was tight, and there was not much coordination, so it was impossible to expect them to come up with a detailed plan step by step. The entire operation itself gave off a feeling of a broken cauldron sinking ships. His reaction is too fast. Winter Wolf only felt his vision blur, and he was caught. He could not fight back at all and was shocked. He turned his head with difficulty and saw that all his friends were caught by the mechanical soldiers and stuffed into the restrainers' stomachs, unable to move. Damn it, not a single one of them died. But luckily, with us as an example, it's enough to infuriate the army and reduce their trust in all the players under them. This will lower the treatment the army players receive in this faction. Winter Wolf felt that it was a pity that the surprise attack had failed, and the effect was greatly reduced. However, judging from the strategic goal, the operation did not completely fail. These changes happened too fast, and the danger was resolved even faster. The guests and the audience of the various star zones were stunned for a long time before they gradually came back to their senses. Wait a minute, did we just drift on the edge of death? What happened just now? It seems like the Black Star Corps betrayed us. They said that Black Star is not Black Star. Why didn't I understand? That scared me. Is this a show? After recovering from the shock, the guests present were in an uproar. Because everything happened too quickly, they did not feel any danger at all. They were not afraid at all and only felt surprised. Everyone was talking at once, but their gazes were all on Han Xiao, who was on the stage. They were all bewildered. The many army officers immediately gathered around Han Xiao and made a defensive posture, scanning this group of players with extremely unfriendly gazes. Hyla stepped forward with a murderous look on her face. Take these traitors away and interrogate them. I want to know who ordered them to do this. Sai, don't be so nervous. I still have some questions to ask them. Plus, I think the guests need an explanation too. Han Xiao raised his hand in front of Hela and signaled for the soldiers to step back. Feeling the puzzled and curious gazes of the audience, he calmly raised his finger. The nanoparticles instantly left the metal ground and dragged Flying Free and the others into the air, slowly floating in front of him. Deliberately showing a confused expression, Han Xiao asked curiously, "What did you say just now? What do you mean by that? Why do you think I'm the Mechanic Emperor in disguise?" Flying Free was a little depressed. The sudden movement of so many people did not even cause a ripple. In the blink of an eye, they were all wiped out and became prisoners of the Mecha Empire. But at least he had shouted out to the entire universe, and his goal had been achieved. All that was left in his heart was a sense of heroic self-sacrifice, and he scolded loudly. "Mecha Empire, no matter how well you pretend, I know you're not the real one. Do you have any evidence?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Only players could see the screenshots of the character summon card. This evidence was useless to NPCs, plus, they had already used the character summon card to prove their identity. This reason was naturally not persuasive. Flying Free had long guessed that he would face this problem. He also knew that he could not convince people other than players. He was already prepared to scold them. Without hesitation, he angered the Mecha Empire and said loudly, "It's the aura." "What?" Han Xiao was stunned. "Humph, our Black Star Army commander is such a great and righteous person. He has the people of the universe in his heart. Just looking at him is enough to make people admire him. However, you, Mechanic Emperor, disregarded the safety of the universe for your own selfish desires and actually wanted to take the source of the intelligent plague for yourself. Your wretched temperament has exposed you. The Mecha Empire is wretched." Han Xiao raised his tone, deliberately bringing a hint of threat. "That's quite wretched." Flying Free was not afraid. "What kind of person is Black Star? In just a few decades, he's already on par with you. An ancient one? I think you've wasted all your years. You and our army commander are completely F. Many beyond grade as touched their noses awkwardly. Why do I feel like I've been scolded as well? Han Xiao's face twitched. He tried his best not to laugh. Wonderful. This is the feeling. Iron Z, keep scolding me. So, this is the reason for your betrayal. It's not a betrayal. Don't even think about distorting our motives. We've contributed to the army and shed blood for the army. We've long been inseparable from the army. Only Black Star has the right to lead us forward. Any outsider who tries to touch the army will definitely be met with our retaliation. Even if you kill me today, I'll shout from my coffin that I'll never compromise. Flying Free spoke so righteously that even Han Xiao was almost touched. The words that were full of influence made the blood of many hardcore players who were captured alive boil. The emotions that had accumulated over many versions surged into their hearts. They were fearless, they were not afraid of death anyway, and shouted loudly. "This is the Black Star Corps. Mecha Empire, get out. May Black Star rise as usual. The army commander is awesome. The immortals swear not to be slaves." The shouts broke through the clouds and reverberated in the field. The heroism and faith contained in them moved many of the audience. "We're good citizens who know our place and have never seen the world. So, this is the daily life of a warlord organization. Love, love." However, the faces of the beyond grade as present all twitched. They were dumbfounded the entire time. In their understanding, this kind of situation was simply absurd to the point of being unreasonable. This time, Kant suddenly said, "Actually, I can understand the thoughts of these immortals." The group of people turned to look at him, as if "When did you get sick" was written on their faces. Kant coughed. "Actually, I've also recruited some immortals. Most of the time, they're quite normal, but occasionally, they'll have mental disorders and do things that I can't understand at all. For example, someone asked me to turn into a naked female human in front of me. I accidentally killed him, 3 times. Kasui agreed. "I also have immortals under my command. Even I can't understand how their minds work. Someone actually wanted to steal my underwear. Can you believe it? I seem to have heard of a theory. Some experts said that the immortality of the immortals caused their minds to undergo synchronized mutation, resulting in intermittent mania, paranoia, logic disorders, tripolar disorder, and other mental disorders. Oh, that makes sense. Just because his temperament was not right, they suspected that their boss was fake? Which normal person would do such a thing? However, if it was an immortal who did such a thing, everyone instantly accepted this fact. No matter what the immortals did, it did not seem strange. As soon as the topic was opened, many of the beyond grade as who had recruited players immediately complained. Very soon, they happily reached a consensus that there was something wrong with the immortals' brains. They really admired Black Star for being able to manage the immortals so well. This time, Secret Master coldly snorted. "What are you all talking about? This is clearly a show directed and acted out by Black Star, deliberately smearing the name of the Mecha Empire. My eyes have long seen through everything. It's a pity that the Mecha Empire is not here. Otherwise, his expression would definitely be very interesting." The old dragon chuckled. Everyone imagined the scene in their minds, and one after another, they let out strange gloating laughter. Just as the group of people were chatting happily, Han Xiao and Flying Free had already had a few rounds of conversations. One was the main character, the other was the supporting character, and the other was the main character. They changed their ways to smear the name of the Mecha Empire from head to toe again and again. Come on, kill me. Fly Free looked like he was ready to die a martyr's death. Seeing that the situation was about to end, Han Xiao said, although you inexplicably believe that I'm the Mecha Empire in disguise, you've indeed misunderstood. How could the Mecha Empire have the ability to impersonate me? His ability is far from it. Hearing this, Kant could not help but laugh. Whether he's Black Star or not, do you think we don't know? You guys are still too young, and your actions are too hasty. At least find concrete evidence before acting. We do have evidence, but it's a pity that only we can see it. Seeing the reactions of Han Xiao and the other beyond grade as, Flying Free and the others were also a little shaken. There were even more people who did not really believe in the swapping theory, and hearing this, they agreed even more. The effects of a character summon card could not be faked, so the possibility of the other main direction of speculation was even higher, which was that Black Star had somehow learned the abilities of the Mecha Empire. Seeing that everyone was hesitating, Han Xiao waved his hand and said, take them away first. After the closing ceremony is over, I'll have a good chat with them. He did not do anything to them on the spot. Dealing with this group of people was the army's internal affairs, and there was no need to show it in such an occasion. He still had to settle this score properly. The restrainers escorted all the players who were causing trouble out of the venue. After Sylvia came up to calm everyone down, the Black Star Cup closing ceremony continued. However, many people's attention was no longer on the ceremony. They were all thinking about this small incident. Originally, the closing ceremony was just a regular segment, but now, it immediately became a topic of discussion. Han Xiao's goal of using Flying Free and the others had been achieved. There were no more twists and turns in the closing ceremony. Everything that happened here was also broadcasted to the entire universe by the news media. Flying Free's performance led to the birth of a new saying in the galaxy, pointing at Black Star and scolding the Mecha Empire. What it meant was probably pointing at the mulberry tree and scolding the locust tree. After the live broadcast ended, the black screen reflected Manason's expressionless face. His eyes narrowed, and a cold light mixed with annoyance flashed through them. What mistake! Like hell I'll believe you. This was clearly a self-directed and self-acting show. He did not invite me with good intentions. He just wanted to embarrass me on the spot. Manison clenched his fists tightly. Black Star, you little brat, you've gone too far. Sooner or later, I'll chop you up and turn you into a felon. Chapter 1147. The closing ceremony ended, and spaceships took off one after another, sending the audience out of the venue. Han Xiao got Sylvia to entertain the guests who came to support him, while he brought the officers and Black Star guards to the heavy main ship hovering outside the atmosphere. All the players who caused trouble were temporarily locked up there, waiting to be dealt with. Swoosh! The hatch opened, and Han Xiao walked in with a group of officers. He immediately saw the tense situation in the venue. The players locked up there were clearly divided into two groups. With Flying Free leading the majority, they surrounded the spy team led by East of Wolf Howl. What's going on? Hurles took 2 steps forward and asked. The warden hurriedly walked up and replied, Your Excellency, they've been arguing since just now. It seems like there's an internal conflict. A bunch of rebels actually have an internal conflict. One of the Black Star guards sneered. Although Flying Free had made a righteous speech during the ceremony, saying that he was doing this for the army, most of the officers did not believe him at all. They felt that this was just an excuse for the rebellion. Attacking the army commander in public and trying to ruin the ceremony was a sign of bad intentions. The officers of the army did not know the ins and outs of the situation like Han Xiao, so they would not be convinced with just a few words. Han Xiao knew what was going on, but he did not explain. He walked in front of everyone and did not say anything. He just looked at everyone with an expressionless face. Seeing that Black Star had arrived, the two groups stopped arguing and turned to look at Han Xiao. After Han Xiao's performance and the explanation of the Beyond Grade A, the loyal subjects led by Flying Free were already shaken. They were skeptical of their own guesses, but they had not completely dispelled their final doubts. They felt that this might be the army commander's performance to prove his identity. Therefore, at this moment, many people secretly turned on the recording function, wanting to record his face in private. If it was a completely different person from before, something would definitely be wrong. They would upload the recording to the forums to remind the other army players that they had not given up on exposing the Mecha Empire. Flying Free stepped out of the crowd and asked in a gentlemanly tone, "What are you going to do with us?" "Don't worry, I want to hear your explanation." Han Xiao's tone was neither light nor heavy as he spoke casually. "What's there to explain? We've already made our intentions clear," Flying Free shouted. Han Xiao's expression did not change as he said indifferently, "But even if this is just a misunderstanding, your actions will still lead to punishment. Have you thought about the consequences of doing this?" "Of course. Even so, you didn't hesitate to take the risk for me." "We're here for Black Star. As for whether you're the real deal, that doesn't count yet." Flying Free put his hands on his hips. At this moment, Hardaway said coldly, "Then how do you explain attacking the audience? Could it be that it's also for the Legion commander?" Flying Free's expression froze for a moment before a burst of anger surged within him. He turned around and glared at Winter Wolf and the others as he shouted, "Our plan was only to expose the imposters. The ones who attacked the audience were not us. These people are not with us." Winter Wolf pretended to be shocked. "What are you talking about? Isn't this the secret mission you gave us? Now you want to wash your hands clean? You're still spouting nonsense." Flying Free was furious. "I didn't even have such a plan. Why are you doing this? TSK, you were the one who ordered us to do this, and now you're turning your back on us?" Winter Wolf did this on purpose to make the Black Star Corps feel that they were all on the same side. This way, they could push the blame of attacking the audience to Flying Free and the others. This way, they could reduce the Black Star Corps trust in the Immortals. The two groups of players started arguing again. This group of guild spies had already communicated and insisted that they were on the same side. The loyal party felt that their motives had been tarnished and was about to explode with anger. Elegant and easygoing greetings kept pouring out of their mouths like a waterfall. If not for the restrainer stopping them, the scene would have turned into a full-on brawl. Seeing this scene, many army officers curled their lips and had a look of disapproval. They felt that this was a futile attempt to clear their names. Hela turned to look at Han Xiao and said in a deep voice, "Black Star, there are more and more immortals in the army. I feel that it's time to strengthen our control and prevent this from happening again." Someone on the side agreed. "That's right. We've been too lenient on the immortals." Hearing the discussion of the army officers, Winter Wolf's eyes flashed with joy. He felt that his plan had worked. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw Han Xiao look over with a half-smile on his face. "You're the leader of this group, right?" "Me?" Winter Wolf's heart skipped a beat, but he pretended to be shocked. Han Xiao snapped his fingers, and the restrainers surrounded them again, restraining the hundreds of players who had tried to attack the audience. As for the other players, they were not affected. "I have video surveillance of everyone who tried to attack the guests. I won't catch any of you wrongly," Han Xiao said slowly. "Your punishment is to be locked in the space-time amber. Don't even think about coming out again. That's not fair." Winter Wolf cried out and looked at the others. "We're on the same side. Why are you only arresting us?" T. Flying Free and the others were furious. "Stop arguing. I already know what's going on." Han Xiao waved his hand. Suddenly, his face turned serious. "When you were planning, someone had already tipped me off. In fact, I could have stopped you long ago, but I allowed you to act at the closing ceremony. Do you know why?" "So, you already knew?" Everyone's expression changed, but then they thought about it. It was normal for them to have traitors, so there was nothing strange about it. However, Black Star did not stop them in advance. This was intriguing. Everyone could not help but be curious. I know a little about your motives. Actually, I don't believe that you would betray me. Han Xiao walked into the crowd, patted some people on the shoulder, and pulled Mad Blade and Maple Moon out of the crowd. He smiled and said, "You're all the core members of the army from the beginning. I remember all of you, especially you two. We've known each other for decades. Although we haven't been interacting much recently, I won't suspect you." Everyone was stunned, greatly surprised. They did not expect Black Star to say such words and remember them in his heart. All of a sudden, many people were touched, and they felt a sense of closeness. This was especially true for Mad Blade and Maple Moon. The two of them were stunned for a few seconds. Suddenly, excitement appeared on their faces, and an impulse to die for a friend surged in their hearts. Actually, seeing that the two of them also participated in the operation, Han Xiaoxin was also quite touched. The two of them were now pro players, and they were willing to take the risk to participate in this matter. Their relationship was really deep. But then again, if he was an imposter, he naturally would not be able to ban his account. Perhaps this was the reason why the two of them dared to take the risk. Looking at everyone's excited expression, Han Xiao smiled. He then turned to look at Winter Wolf and the others, and his expression became cold and stern. Ever since the expansion of the army, I knew that some spies from other organizations had sneaked in. The reason I didn't stop you was because I wanted to use your hands to lure out some of the unstable elements in the army. Now, it seems like it's working. I know very well whether you're a core member of the army or a spy, so don't try to fool me. Hearing this, Winter Wolf's jaw dropped. His expression froze, and his face was filled with disbelief. Oh my God, he could see through this. Was it so hard to trick an NPC? Although they had already mentally prepared themselves for their accounts to be banned before the operation, they were all employees of various professional guilds, so they didn't feel bad about losing their accounts. But now that the plan had been seen through, it meant that their sacrifice was in vain. The plan had completely failed, and this was a huge loss. Not wanting to listen to the excuses of these guild spies, Han Xiao took out the space-time amber and sealed the hundreds of people inside, turning them into lifelike specimens. Even if they went offline, their bodies would remain inside. Looking at this scene, Flying Free and the others were both touched and excited. Han Xiao did not deliberately explain, but the fact that he had taken out the space-time amber, coupled with his performance, immediately changed the minds of Fly Free and the others. They basically believed that he was Black Star himself. One of the reasons was because of the universal treasure, but more of it was because Han Xiao had used accurate judgment to help them clear their names and not put the blame on them. This made everyone feel very gratified. They felt a sense of satisfaction that their leader understood their intentions. As for you guys, Han Xiao turned around and smiled. Then, his face turned serious. Although I believe you guys, rules are rules. Your actions have caused an impact, so there must be punishment. As punishment, you guys need to carry out some missions to make up for your mistakes, and the army discount you enjoy will be temporarily cancelled for 3 months. What do you think? That's what we should do. I have no objections. Flying Free waved his hand with a heroic expression. Everyone chimed in one after another. Although they were punished, their hearts were filled with joy. Compared to what Winter Wolf and the others had encountered, this punishment was nothing. The difference was too great. Han Xiao waved his hands and dismissed the restrainers, allowing them to leave. After the players left, Hurlus could not help but ask, Black Star, are you going to let it go just like that? Didn't I punish them? Han Xiao raised his brows. What kind of punishment is that? It's as good as nothing. What if others see that the punishment is so light and follow suit? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Han Xiao waved his hand and smiled. He knew that this group of players must have recorded it, and it would definitely be posted on the forum. His performance would not only make the players admire his judgment, but it would also increase the sense of identity of the faction. It was a method to win people's hearts. The punishment plan for Winter Wolf and the others was a warning. He could differentiate between friend and foe. If they were on his side, he would be lenient. However, if they tried to harm the army, He would not be merciful and give them a lifetime of amber. It's good that you have a plan. Hela nodded. She rarely questioned Han Xiao's actions. Since there was a result, she did not voice her opinion and deactivated the remote projection. As the crowd dispersed, Han Xiao looked at the hundreds of amber specimens in the field and pondered. Winter Wolf. I remember this person. He seems to be a backbone of the northern battlefront. Looks like those guild alliances will still appear. The national war is about to begin. In his previous life, a large-scale national war broke out in version 4.0, also known as the First World Server War. However, although it was called a national war, it was not purely based on countries. That was because the gameplay in version 4.0 was mainly based on teamwork. As the version progressed, the scale of the players' teamwork increased. In the end, some professional guilds and solo guilds formed large guild alliances and official organizations. For example, the Northern Battlefront, Denland, September Conference, and so on, the North American and South American guilds such as the Galactic Business Alliance, 5C Alliance, Plateau Eagle, and so on, and the Asian guilds such as the Southeast Alliance, Golden Alliance, Tropic of Cancer, and so on. These alliances were not purely based on countries. Different guilds in a country could belong to different alliances. Other than guilds, solo players would also join different alliances according to their preferences. In his previous life, there was no army, so the World Server War was not just targeted at one country. Everyone was tearing each other apart. However, this time, the Black Star Corps was too strong, so they were all enemies. The fuse of the national war was the faction leveling factor. The factions that the players belonged to started to transition to higher-level factions, such as the three universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance. The conflict between the two in the flickering world became one of the fuses of the national war. The source of the conflict between the three universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance was the issue of territory distribution. The intensity of the conflict would gradually increase. Of course, it was not a conflict between regular armies right from the start. Proxy wars were also an important part of it, and the Immortals were one of the proxies, fighting endlessly in the free competition zone. The national war is a good opportunity to harvest leaks. However, because of the existence of the army, the direction this time will definitely change greatly. I wonder what will happen. Han Xiao stroked his chin. At the same time, Flying Free and the others, who had left the cabin, excitedly posted the video on the forums. P.S. I've been attending the annual meeting for the past few days, so the updates have been a little unstable. After the annual meeting, I'll be back to normal. By the way, I recommend a book, All Villains Like Me, by Yunhai Qingmazhon. I clearly wanted to be a hero in the game, so how did I end up walking further and further down the path of a villain? Why do all the villains like me? Chapter 1148. During the closing ceremony, Flying Free and the other loyalists took action. After that, almost all the army players stayed on the forums, concerned about the outcome of Flying Free and the others. In the eyes of many neutral players, these people were reckless and impulsive. Even if they did not die, they would at least lose a layer of skin. Who knew how severe the faction punishment would be? However, as soon as Fly Free and the others posted the private video, it immediately shocked many people. In an instant, it became a hot topic on the forums that tens of millions of people followed. The recording completely recorded all of Han Xiao's performance in the private meeting. Seeing the army commander's confident and handsome appearance, the atmosphere on the forums suddenly changed and became one-sided praise. Flying Free, from today onwards, the army commander is my big brother. Whoever dares to touch my big brother, I'll kill them. I'm done talking. Who agrees and who disagrees? I'm the Northern God's idiot. +1+1 are Ilaha's gaze. The army commander is too cool. It might be a little dirty. I'm Boki, Mecha Empire's spinner. Although most of the time, it's not too much to say that the army commander's performance today is awesome, right? Frog sees through everything. Logically speaking, the success rate of these spies trying to shift the blame should not be low. At the very least, The army should conduct a thorough investigation. I didn't expect Blackstar's judgment to be so amazing. He saw through the difference between the two groups of spies and dealt with the matter accurately and decisively. The ones with ulterior motives were banned, while you loyal subjects only received a symbolic punishment. The army commander's actions are quite something. A sick name is idiot, as expected of the leader who has led the army for decades to reach this level. Brothers, I'm sorry. I can't go through the motions, I'm going to brag directly. The Legion commander is simply a man of great talent and bold vision, wise and brilliant, handsome and elegant, knowing how to make good use of people, good at dancing, unfulfilled ambitions, besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, secretly plotting in Chen Kang, captivating the birds and beasts, beautiful and gentle. Tomorrow won't be better, Aya. I didn't expect the army commander to still remember us old buddies who have followed him since version 1.0. My heart warms. Praise Blackstar. Bunhit Dog, I'm a newbie who just joined in this version. Is the army commander actually such a charming person? He's practically a rare man in Galaxy. I love him, I love him. I'm going to watch Bunhit Dog's Blackstar videos right now. I love Dawn. Dog, remember to use a Smurf account the next time you advertise as a newbie. The video was uploaded to the forums as expected by Han Xiao. His goal of buying people's hearts was more than half achieved. This wave of actions was a combination of nostalgia, wisdom, and fair rewards and punishments. Not only did it give his image more of the so-called charisma of a leader, but it also increased the sense of faction identity of a large number of army players. This wave of feelings was enough to plant a seed in the hearts of many players, becoming another bond between them and the army. Although Han Xiao did not deliberately explain his identity publicly, his few indirect actions had already washed away the players' doubts. At this time, the focus of the discussion on the forums was no longer whether Han Xiao was real or not but why Blackstar had the Mecha Empire's ability. All along, there had been rumors among the players that Blackstar could copy and imitate the abilities of other characters in some way. Today, this rumor was finally confirmed. As the saying of a wuxia fan was widely accepted, Han Xiao also happily received a new nickname, Galaxy Murong Fu, Void Ju Morji. A large number of players believed that this special talent of Blackstar was the important reason for his rapid growth. Using battle to nurture battle, constantly stealing ultimate techniques from his opponents. In a sense, the guesses of the players were very close to the truth. However, guesses were still guesses. No matter how much they guessed, they would not know the specific situation of Han Xiao. Furthermore, due to the lack of concrete evidence, for NPCs, this theory was only spread among the players. Even if it was spread to the outside world, it would not be very convincing to normal people. Because Flying Free had single-handedly led this operation, he instantly became famous and was regarded by the players as the #1 loyal officer of the army. He expressed on the spot that he wanted to reorganize the Blackstar fan club and turn it into a regular team recognized by the army. He also expressed that he wanted to communicate with the army commander and form an immortal guards army as his personal guards. The forums were filled with joy. Other than praising Blackstar, there were also many people mocking Winter Wolf and the others, crazily whipping their corpses. Mario's little mushroom, TSK, some people just can't bear to see others doing well. They think of ways to drag you down and not let you develop well. They use some dirty and despicable methods, but instead of being ashamed, they are proud of it. Furthermore, they put on a sanctimonious face as if they are doing it for your own good. This is the best commentary for the word hypocritical. Big smart, got it. This is pointing at Blackstar and scolding the Mecha Empire, laughing emoji. Master Turtle Shellbind, hehe, it's a pity that our army commander is wise and cannot be deceived. Some people will probably lose everything. However, in the midst of the mocking of the army players, the Northern Battlefront publicly jumped out and claimed that they were responsible for this matter. Instantly, a war of words broke out on the forums, drawing the attention of the players. What could they do? Compared to praising Blackstar, scolding others was more interesting. While the forums were in an uproar, The influence of the Black Star Cup was also fermenting in the galaxy. The fact that an army member had backstabbed Black Star on the spot attracted a lot of attention, attracting many galactic residents who were originally not interested in the topic. They started to look for the cause and effect of the incident with the mood of gossip. Not long after the closing ceremony ended, Han Xiao made a public announcement to the entire universe in the name of the army, explaining this matter to the public and satisfying the curiosity of the spectators. Basically, it was just adding details to Fly Free's public comments about the Mechanic Emperor, making the details more vivid and interesting. Then, it was published for the galactic residents to enjoy. At the same time, the announcement also deliberately emphasized that the Mecha Empire should not be angry. This was just the true thoughts of others and did not represent the attitude of the army. They would always maintain respect for the Mecha Empire, even if he was a bad person. At the same time, they also hoped that the Mecha Empire would always maintain the heart of an elder and not bicker with the younger generation. The galactic residents were still fine and were enjoying the show. However, the many beyond grade as who attended the event only had one sentence for Han Xiao in their hearts. Wow, you really don't have any integrity, we like it. P.S. The schedule for today's annual meeting is very tight. I have to attend all kinds of activities, and many of my old friends who I only see once a year have to gather. I only have a little free time to write. With my speed, I can only write this much today. Sorry, brothers, please forgive me. Chapter 1149. By the way, in order to prove my moral integrity, I've decided to break the chapter with my brothers. It's better to have fun together than to have fun alone. Smiley face, ________. P.S. The handsome man who unfortunately drew the pot feels the coldness of the world _ smiley face, _ godly mechanic, gulp tilde please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,